Yes, yes, yes. I did recently. Look here. Alright. We live again.
Mr. Wilson is always live, streaming real life 24/7. I'm usually awake and around from 12 p.m. to 1 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Feel free to say hi in chat, TTS is on, hangout, or just vibe in the background. You're always welcome. Détiraille. Hi. Détiraille. Have you cut your hair? Détiraille. Seems like uncle.
Seems like uncle. Seems like uncle? What the fuck does that mean? Your English is not Englishing, man. So I didn't cut my hair after like 5 minutes or so. When the hair will dry, it will go back to its natural form. Right now, it is not in its natural form.
Diraj. You are looking like Uncle Face with tears of joy.
You're looking like uncle, you're looking like an uncle. Your English is not Englishing again. It's fine. I hope you're okay with me telling you that your English is not Englishing.
My English is not English. Spanish face with tears of joy.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's reducing. The weight is reducing. The weight is reducing. Oh my god. The weight is reducing. The weight is reducing again. The weight is reducing again. Oh my god, he's jacked now. What the hell? What the hell, bro? He's jacked now. Unreal. This is what happens. All you have to do is just take pictures of yourself after a few days and then you get jacked.
Détiraille. Got your notification.
No, you didn't get my notification. You're lying. There is no proof. I got a notification as well, just like everybody else.
Ditiraille. What are you doing?
What are you doing, huh? Ditiraille. What are you doing, huh? What is this giving up?
Hello, I am giving up. Please accept this as my formal resignation at trying to be neurotypical.
Watching your stream, bro.
Resignation at trying to be neurotypical.
What the fuck? What is neurotypical?
I've recently realized I am still masking a lot in my everyday life. And the truth is, it's really not anyone's fault. I'm doing a lot of work internally in order to meet the expectations that mostly autistic people have for me. And the work that I'm doing is largely things that they can't see because it's happening inside of me. As an autistic person, I find that
she's an artist.
In many areas of my life, I'm
Raj,
held to a certain standard.
what do you think?
I don't know, man. You might be doing something weird while watching my stream. You might be...
that I
don't
really
know.
can't
You are
meet. And it's because it is a holistic standard. It is a standard designed and being upheld by non-autistic people. It's the ways that I experience empathy, the ways that I engage in conversation, the ways that I show my care, the ways that I show my love, the ways that I receive care and love. All of these things are different because I'm autistic. And it's different for every autistic person as well. But I found that there are really obvious communication differences, really obvious differences in the ways that I approach friendship and all different types of relationships as an autistic person. And most people in my life are not also autistic. They are not autistic. I think that this poses an issue where it feels like the double empathy problem is showing up in so many areas of my life without people recognizing it. I feel internally like I am constantly having to modify my behavior, like I'm constantly having to make sure that I am taking responsibility for other people's feelings, that I'm not saying anything to offend them, that I'm not saying anything wrong, that I'm tailoring the conversation to be good for them. I'm so tired of it, not even because I've been doing it so much or for so long, but because it's not working. I've realized that I'm just as lonely now as I've always felt. I'm just as isolated as I've always
She's got a before sunrise poster in the background. Damn.
felt. All of these years of trying to blend in, all of these years of trying to be someone I'm not, all of these years of being so fearful of standing out as odd or different or weird, it's gotten me here. All of these years of trying to change myself, it's gotten me here to still fighting this internal battle of feeling like I constantly put other people before myself in my own life. I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of worrying that every interaction I might have hurt someone's feelings. I'm tired of worrying that I said the wrong thing, that I offended someone, that I was weird, that I creeped somebody out because I said something that was too personal and they didn't like it and I didn't know. I'm so tired of feeling like I need to change myself all the time. Like I'm always the one that...
You should know, man. We have been in a relationship for 2 years.
Have you been in a relationship for 2 years? Dheeraj, you are lying to me. I don't even believe you. Where is proof? Give me proof.
Raj,
So, you were breaking up with me?
Yes, Viraj. I no longer am going to be with you. What is this? Oh my god. Golgappe? You are no longer, you no longer control my happiness here. You thought you did, but you don't anymore. I have chosen the path of righteousness. Give you your watch time back. I never told you to stay with me. You chose to stay with me. Now you're trying to ruin my happiness by telling me to give you your watch time back. That is very sad. Tell you each and every joke. I can't, because there was no joke. You thought there were jokes. I took your question seriously, man. When you asked how to use Fourier transform to use something.
So tired of it, and I'm so sick of it not paying off. It doesn't work. Even though I try so hard, I still end up feeling alone. Even though I try so hard, I still end up saying the wrong thing, and I'm just tired of it. And so I'm giving up. I'm done. I'm just giving up. I don't want to fear being the odd one out, because I am. I don't want to fear being weird, because I am. I have so many negative associations with these words, like odd and weird and eccentric, because these are all the words that were used to exclude me or to make me feel different. But I'm trying to reclaim those words and understand that they don't have to mean that there's something wrong with me, even though I do think that when people use those words at me or to describe me, it is because they think there's something weird or bad or wrong about me. But I guess I don't have to take that to mean that there actually is something weird or bad or wrong about me. Just because other people might think that, I don't have to take that as the truth. It's not my truth. I just feel like I sacrifice myself so much. Like I'm constantly worrying that I made people feel weird. I'm constantly worrying that people don't like hanging out with me or don't like being around me. I'm constantly putting myself in a position of taking responsibility for other people's emotions and feelings and well-being, and I shouldn't be doing that. And this doesn't mean that I'm not going to approach relationships and things with care and empathy, because I am. But what I mean is that I need to put that same care and empathy towards myself. I am so afraid of telling people the truth. And it's led to me feeling like I don't even know what the truth is. And I don't want to feel that way. I want to be able to tell people when they upset me. I want to be able to tell people when I disagree with them. And I don't want to constantly fear feeling odd or different or weird, because I am those things in this society that puts neurotypical standards of behavior on a pedestal
It's
as
good my brother looking fresh
the only
today.
right way.
I took a
Because I'm
shower.
in a society that functions that way,
That's
I
why
do
I'm
come
fresh.
off as weird,
How you
odd,
doing?
different to a lot of people. And yes, maybe there is a part of me that is really sensitive to rejection and perceives rejection before it's even there. But I think there's also truth to my experience of feeling like when I go to the grocery store, I genuinely feel like people are standoffish to me for no reason. And I think it's because they can detect that there's something different about me, even before they actually know it.
Feeling
And
like
I don't
this
want to fear that
is
anymore.
very...
I want to know that it's okay. Because it is. And even if it's not, it's the reality of my life. I want to be able to tell people what I need and stand firmly in that and trust myself. I can't take it anymore.
LOL.
This feeling
One
of
Ames
sacrificing
Road.
my own needs and my
Chinatown,
own truth for other
Lahore,
people. I just can't
Punjab,
do it anymore.
54,000,
It's making me feel
Pakistan.
so much more alone because it's isolating me from myself. It's distancing me from myself. And if I have to be isolated from other humans, then I can't take being alone, even in my own body. My whole life, I've felt
Chief Gotti.
like I'm just trying to learn
Chilling Maine, a
how
little
to
slip
be
up
a
on
human
Sunday, but I'm
instead of
back
just
on the
being
horse again.
me. It's like I'm trying to learn how to be me instead of
That's
just
pretty
being
good.
me. And it's this very
Yeah, like,
meta experience. It's this very uncanny, weird feeling that makes me feel so alone because I feel like an outsider in my own life. Part of being autistic for me is this extreme self-observance. I can't help but be painfully aware of myself in all of these different contexts, in all of my relationships. Even when I'm just sitting alone with myself right here, I can't help but be so painfully aware of everything that I'm doing, everything.
Chief Gotti. Learning how to be me
I wanna
type
be
shit
less
this woman
aware.
preaching.
I want to forget
Yes.
that I'm existing while I'm existing.
Yo, these are... I have, like, you know, been in, like, this rabbit hole of, like, listening to people talk about their feelings and how they feel. And stuff. That's been an incredible experience.
I don't want to be so aware of myself. I'm constantly monitoring
Chief
myself
Gotti.
as if I'm an outsider because I'm
Is she
trying
talking
to gauge
about her
how I come across.
artisticism?
It's all about
Yes.
other people, really. It's all about trying to fit in. And I want to give up on that. I just want to be me. I just want to be me. And I can't believe how hard it is to just do that. I can't believe how hard it is to do that. As a high masculine autistic person, it is the hardest thing I've ever had to do is be myself. I should
Chief
feel like
Gotti.
that.
The scary learning
wanna
about
fight every
oneself
day.
gang.
Yeah.
To just feel like I exist. I don't want to dismiss my feelings and my honesty and my truth. I'm trying to accept that it's okay to be weird. It's okay to be seen as weird, to be seen as peculiar, as odd. It's okay for people to view me that way. It's okay for people to not like me. It's okay for people to not get me, to perceive me incorrectly. It's okay. I don't have to be good or be likable.
Yeah, that
on every
that is
person's
like, you
standard.
know, that is the first step. Like, it's like not giving a fuck about what others think.
Chief Gotti. Easy to be in the familiar pits of hell, but difficult to leave past habits while ascending
Yeah.
Jacob's ladder.
Yeah.
Because it's
Jacob's ladder. Wait, I forgot the Jacob's ladder thing. What is Jacob's ladder?
destroying me. And I've reached a point where I'd rather be alone. I'd rather be alone than have to keep doing it. I'd rather just be able to be myself and be alone with myself, because right now when I'm alone, I feel like I don't even exist, because I feel like I only exist in other people's presence because I'm just projecting a version of them onto them. And when I'm alone, there's nobody to project onto, so I just feel nothing. I feel like nobody. And I thought I had made all this progress. It's been so many years. It's been like 3 years now that I've been trying to unmask, and I thought that I had made so much progress. But I find myself still.
Hello, Bean Booster. Welcome back. How you doing?
See me.
You feeling any better?
I find myself still every single day, feeling so isolated inside of my own body. And I don't want to accept that as my fate. I don't want to accept that as just who I am.
Fuck, man. Like, this was a very brave thing to do as well. You know.
Bean Booster. I'm feeling okay.
Hell yeah. Get big, that's fine. Okay, this guy is very cool as well.
Hello.
I found this guy.
Today, I'd like to talk about
Chief Gotti.
how
He just fucking goes through the forest and talks about shit.
Jacob had a dream where he sees a ladder stretching from heaven to earth's soil.
Okay.
But I reckon it goes both ways. We can constantly ascend upwards and can also find ways to make things even harder.
it's taboo to criticize our society. There's a quote by Jiddu Krishnamurti that says,
Chief Gotti.
"It is no
The
measure
symbolism
of
of Jacob's ladder helps a young thug like myself.
Wait, what? I wanna like know actually about what Jacob's ladder is. I've heard this and I think I know what it is, but I've forgotten Jacob's ladder. Why Jacob's ladder? Jesus explains the truth about
Chief
Jacob's
Gotti.
ladder.
There's also an amazing movie titled Jacob's Ladder.
Yes,
I recommend. Diraj. Bro, what about my doubt, man? Tell me each and every doubt that is asked you face with tears of joy.
Well, let's see.
Over it, but some push their guilt so far down that when they come back up, they don't even know who they are. Jacob Singer is no one. Sometimes he's charming.
You see this here, that split? Right here?
It's a paper cut.
Ooh, the sense of humor.
Other times he's hostile.
Getting
Sometimes he's faithful.
the dream I was having. I was living with another woman. There were all these demons. I was on fire.
Did you?
Oh, what a nightmare.
Mr. Wilson, why don't
Sometimes
you
he
play
delves
dull
into
video
lust.
game?
How'd I ever get involved with such a fucking ninny?
You sold your soul, remember?
Yeah? For what?
Good guy.
What could I got?
The best.
Sometimes he knows what he's done, but most of the time he doesn't. Doesn't matter if he's a mailman
It's just one of those days. Back is killing me. I'm going to see Louis.
or PhD holder.
How about the other right? I don't understand you philosophers. You got the whole world figured out, but you can't remember the difference between right and left. After now, I didn't want to think anymore. Any other brain but yours, I'd agree.
Or a soldier.
about one. I think he's still alive.
If he's living with his wife
What are you doing up?
or another obstacle.
Anybody in there? Anybody home?
He simply cannot bear his burden. He's plagued by demons.
I don't know who they are or what they are. They're gonna get me, and I'm scared, Jake. I can't even go home. I don't know what to do.
I've seen him too.
And sickness
I'd love to see him, man, but I've been kind of laid up. I've been sick.
and death.
Hey, this
She's dying.
seems like a good.
He puts the blame on others or creates scapegoats
Listen, Mr. Curious is very important to us. The Army did something to us, and we've got to find out what.
because he's dying. last bit of his
What?
consciousness, the last bit of his soul, can't handle the evil desires it feels or the pain and misery it's caused.
I don't mind the gray skies. You'll make them blue.
He's not explaining the thing. Why Jacob?
The term Jacob's Ladder is likely to summon up different images in your mind, depending on who you are, be it a legendary Bible story, an intense piece of gym equipment, the grueling twisting staircase linking the northeast corner of Kings Park, the river in my home city of
Look
Perth.
at biblical interpretation.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. Jacob's Ladder Bible. Right. Okay. Yes. Jesus explains Jacob's Ladder.
Jesus explained the truth about Jacob's Ladder. The story of Jacob's Ladder has fascinated people for many years.
Okay.
The expression Jacob's Ladder has developed into a common phrase. It has been used as the title of a movie, a book, a flower, and even as the name of an electronic device. But where did this phrase come from in the first place?
Yes, that is what I want to know.
In Genesis 2, the phrase Jacob's Ladder is mentioned. Jacob, the future father of the nation of Israel, was on the run from his twin brother, Esau.
Alright.
In Genesis 25, we learn that Jacob had tricked his brother Esau into losing his birthright as Isaac's firstborn son. As it turned out, all it
That's
took
what I'm
for a
trying to
famished
figure out.
Esau to give up his inheritance to his little brother was an offer of soup. In Genesis 27, Jacob upped his game again by impersonating Esau to deceive his aged and nearly blind father into blessing him. Combined, these deceptions transferred to Jacob both the physical and spiritual blessings of the family lineage. Jacob's theft of Esau's blessing and birthright caused tension between him and his older brother.
Okay.
Because of this, the Word of God says, Genesis 27:41. So Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing with which his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, the days of mourning for my father are very near. Then I will kill my brother Jacob.
Chief Gotti.
Esau meant
Many
every
different
word he spoke.
interpretations of it.
Knowing this, Esau's mother, Rebekah, sent Jacob to her brother Laban for refuge. Jacob hoped to find a wife and establish a new life there, safe from his brother's fury, with his father's permission. Genesis 28:5. Then Isaac sent Jacob away, and he went to Padan Aram, to Laban, son of Bethuel, the Aramean, the brother of Rebekah, the mother of Jacob and Esau. Jacob decided to camp out under the stars, alone and on the run, with nothing but a rock for a cushion. At this time, Jacob's heart was probably filled with regret for the past, loneliness in the present, and uncertainty about the future. But then, the story takes a momentous turn. Genesis 28:11-22. And he came to a certain place, and stayed overnight there, because the sun had set.
I
Taking
reckon
one
that it represents that no matter how much life can suck, you can always make it much worse. And contrary, you can always make life better. Climb that ladder to heaven or climb down to hell.
one of the stones of the place, he put it under his head and lay down there to sleep.
Okay.
He dreamed that there was a ladder, stairway, placed on the earth, and the top of it reached out of sight toward heaven. And he saw the angels of God ascending and descending on it, going to and from heaven. And behold, the Lord stood above and around him, and said, I am the Lord, the God of Abraham, your father's father, and the God of Isaac. I will give to you and to your descendants the land of promise on which you are lying. Your descendants shall be as countless as the dust of the earth, and you shall spread abroad to the west and the east and the north and the south. And all the families, nations of the earth shall be blessed through you and your descendants.
Alright.
Behold, I am with you, and will keep careful watch over you and guard you wherever you may go. And I will bring you back to this promised land, for I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you. Then Jacob awoke from his sleep, and he said, "Without any doubt, the Lord is in this place, and I did not realize it." So he was afraid and said, "How fearful and awesome is this place! This is none other than the house of God, and this is the gateway to heaven." So Jacob got up early in the morning and took the stone he had put under his head, and he set it up as a pillar, that is, a monument to the vision in his dream. And he poured olive oil on the top of it to consecrate it. He named that place Bethel, the house of God. The previous name of that city was Luz, almond tree. Then Jacob made a vow, promise, saying, "If God will be with me and will keep me on this journey that I take, and will give me food to eat and clothing to wear, and if he grants that I return to my father's house in safety, then the Lord will be my God. This stone, which I have set up as a pillar, monument, memorial, will be God's house, a sacred place to me. And of everything that you give me, I will give the 10th to you as an offering to signify my gratitude and dependence on you." This is Jacob's first supernatural encounter with God, and it parallels Abraham's in Genesis 15. It's also worth noting that Jacob is nearly the same age as Abraham was when God told him to leave his home and travel to a new land. A ladder set up on the ground. This is more accurately expressed as a ramp or staircase. It is similar to a mound built against a walled city. Jacob did not simply receive a vision from God, he also acquired a message from God. The word for Jacob confirmed the promise made to Abraham and Isaac. Your descendants will be like the dust of the earth, and all the peoples of the earth will be blessed through you. This is the first time Jacob has heard God's promise. It wasn't new information, but it became real for him when he realized it was God's promise. When Jacob awoke from his sleep, he knew exactly what
This dream is so chill and cozy.
He concluded,
I will sleep
"Sure,
while watching
the
it.
Lord is in
Anyone
this
else
place."
feels the same.
He concluded, "And I did not know it." The place had not changed. It was still a desert, with only a rock as a pillar. But God appeared in that place. He appeared to Jacob in his brokenness and weariness, because he needed Jacob to reach the end of himself before relying on God. We know Jacob had a new encounter.
Let me hear this first.
Not of his sound, but of the one true God. A greater fear had driven out a lesser fear, because God's power had triumphed over Esau's power.
Okay.
Jacob had dozed off in a certain place.
Chief Gotti.
But after seeing God,
Yes,
he
watch
awoke,
that one later
gave
flow.
the location a sacred name, Bethel. What was once a dark place was transformed into a holy space. Nothing had changed in Jacob's situation. All that had changed was Jacob's new vision of God. And it changed everything. The pagan city of Luz was transformed into Bethel, which means house of God. Jacob poured oil on top of the rough pillow stone, transforming it into the cornerstone of a God-centered altar. He sanctified this dark place, invisibly recognizing the supernatural at work, right there in the harsh natural world. Even though Jacob had pulled off the ultimate heist by claiming the family line inheritance for himself, God wanted him to understand that while he was God's chosen heir to fulfill God's promises to Abraham to multiply his descendants into a great nation that God would call his own, God was in charge, not Jacob.
Okay.
The plan would be carried out in God's way, not Jacob's.
Okay.
It would be some time before Jacob fully grasped this truth. This is the visual Jacob sees in the dream. What does it mean? In his encounter with Nathanael, the Lord Jesus makes an apparent reference to this incident.
Okay.
Nathanael had met Philip. After he had gained a newfound joy, Philip was eager to share it with someone, so he decided to speak with Nathanael. He kept his message simple and short. He told Nathanael that he had found the Messiah, who had been foretold by Moses and the prophets, Jesus of Nazareth. Nathanael had problems. Nazareth was a despised city of Galilee. Seeing the Messiah living in such a poor neighborhood seemed impossible to him.
Okay.
His mind was occupied with this question, and so he decided to voice it. No argument was raised by Philip. He felt that the best way to meet objections was to introduce men directly to the Lord Jesus. John 1:47. Jesus saw Nathanael coming toward him and said of him, "Here is an Israelite indeed, a true descendant of Jacob, in whom there is no guile, nor deceit, nor duplicity." This verse shows that Jesus knew all things. Despite having never met Nathanael before, he knew who he was. Nathanael was surprised that a total stranger should speak to him as if he had known him. But Jesus saw him, even though he was so hidden. John 1:49.
What the fuck is happening? He's quoting.
Nathanael answered, "Rabbi, teacher, you are the Son of God.
Okay.
You are the King of Israel." Jesus replied, "Because I said to you that I saw you under the fig tree, do you believe in me? You will see greater things than this." Then he said to him, "I assure you, and most solemnly say to you, you will see heaven opened, and the angels of God ascending and descending on the Son of Man, the bridge between heaven and earth." Whenever Jesus introduced a saying with the words "most assuredly," he was always about to say something very important.
Okay.
Here, he gave Nathanael a picture of the time in the future when he would come back to reign over all the earth. The world will then know that the carpenter's son who lived in despised Nazareth was truly the Son of God and Israel's King. Heaven will open that day. The favor of God will rest upon the King as he reigns, with Jerusalem as his
Chief
capital.
Gotti, BRB broke
Nathanael
in a
had
while ago,
likely
then
been
share what you
meditating
think
on the
broke
story of
BRB.
Jacob's
Oh, yeah.
ladder. With its ascending and descending angels, that ladder is a picture of the Lord Jesus Christ himself, the only access to heaven. The angels of God will ascend and descend upon the Son of Man. Jesus told Nathanael that he had seen only very minor demonstrations of his messiahship. In the future reign of Christ, he would see the Lord Jesus fully revealed as God's anointed Son. The ladder illustrates the relationship between God and man. It shows that the God who created the universe wishes a close relationship with his creation, particularly mankind, and that he is the one who initiates that connection, discussion, and friendship. As Jacob's ladder illustrated the connection between God and men, Jesus Christ is the spiritual connection, mediator, and ladder to bridge the gap created by sin between God and men. and for this cause he is the mediator of the New Testament, that by means of death, for the redemption of the transgressions that were under the First Testament, they, which are called
Almighty Dready,
might receive the promise of eternal.
I'm learning about Jacob's ladder. He mentioned it, but this dude is just like going on It's not very good information. So I think I gotta get the concept. So
For major
ladder
science,
to heaven.
it's not your first time living on the earth.
In past life you were a warrior.
Everyone carries a shadow, and the less it is embodied in the individual's conscious life, the blacker and denser it is. If an inferiority is conscious, one always has a chance to correct it. But if it is repressed and isolated from consciousness, it never gets corrected, and is liable to burst forth suddenly in a moment of unawareness. At all counts, it forms an unconscious snag, thwarting our most well-meant intentions. Carl Jung talks about two types of shadows: the personal shadow, the unknown dark side of our personality, and the collective shadow, the unknown dark side of society. Starting with the personal shadow, Jung calls it the thing a person has no wish to be. It represents unknown or little known attributes and qualities of the ego. It is the sum of all those unpleasant qualities we like to hide from ourselves. The shadow contains inferiorities which everybody has but prefers not to know about. They seem weak, socially unacceptable, or even evil. The shadow is most visible when one is in the grip of anxiety or other emotions, under the influence of alcohol, etc. One may suddenly blurt out a hostile remark during a friendly conversation. When we do not want to assimilate what we despise, we project it onto others. It is possible for one to be acquainted with one's shadow and be partly conscious of it, that is, under ego control. Many people, however, refuse to recognize their shadow so completely that the ego is not even aware of shadow behavior and thus has no possibility of commanding it. Under these conditions, the shadow is autonomous and may express itself in inexplicable moods, irritability, and cruelty. Throughout his writing, Jung refers to the importance of developing awareness of the shadow in psychotherapy and its projections in the individual's life. Although the shadow is usually perceived as negative, it can also be positive. In fact, exploring our shadow gives us access to many positive qualities. Jung writes that the shadow displays a number of good qualities, such as normal instincts, appropriate reactions, realistic insights, creative impulses, etc. One of Jung's closest collaborators, Marie-Louise von Franz, writes, "The shadow is not necessarily always an opponent."
What happened?
In fact, he is exactly like any human being with whom one has to...
That's like heaven-hell theory.
Shivam
Gandalf gunman. Shivam ate my homework. Dino Marty. Redeem opinion.
Yeah, all right, let's try to see what the today. I think I'm feeling like a little bit reviewing the idea of ego and like the shadow and everything. We're gonna like go full deep dive into Carl
Ashish
Jung.
died. Bro, have you watched Better Call Saul?
I have watched Better Call Saul. That's pretty good.
Sometimes by giving in, sometimes by resisting, sometimes by giving love, whatever the situation requires. The shadow becomes hostile only when he's ignored or misunderstood. The shadow contains all sorts of qualities, strengths and potentials, which if remain unexplored, give us a state of impoverishment in our personality, creating unconscious snags which inhibit the growth and embodiment of these good qualities that lie dormant in our psyche. For instance, a person might believe that being assertive is being rude or aggressive, losing the qualities of confidence and the ability to speak up for himself in an
My gym is relocating to a new place, so it temporarily shut down for 2 weeks.
For 2 weeks? Time to do home workout now, Shivam.
and respectful way, which in turn may lead to less productivity, make it more difficult to get a raise or job promotion, struggle with money, and so on. So, when a person encounters an assertive person, deep down he feels resentment and guilt, which makes his shadow blacker and denser. These valuable aspects ought to be assimilated into actual...
You will kill ego when you trip your first time. When I had an ego death, I felt so small and I cried like a bitch. You don't understand how small you really are until you trip.
Experience and not repressed.
I think having like a wide array of knowledge. I was into this thing before, but I just slacked off for a while. Right, I had to fucking. I don't know, go into different dimensions and stuff. I think now I have time to go back to learning and stuff. So this is quite exciting for me. I've been slowly developing the palette for learning. The non-spiritual lady was pretty good. The no-nonsense spiritual lady. I think I might learn. Might study Jung. I think it's very important to
Ashish will be reborn.
Yourself. Ashish will be reborn. Yes, one day. So yeah, I am expecting to learn more. I think there is a lot of things that I need to learn, a lot of concepts to get back to going to the book again. Just some basic shit, not he's destroying the world, he knows everything now situation.
Shiva. There is a free gym in my society though, but it's smaller and the number of equipments are way lesser there.
I mean, a gym is a gym. I am going to blaze it as I discover the ego and all of that situation.
What type of cartoon did you grow up watching? Almighty Dreddy.
Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Learn for school or just for the gain of knowledge?
Just for the gain of knowledge, obviously. No, not for the gain of knowledge. For
Almighty Dreddy. I'm 10 steps ahead of you.
For just learning about myself. I'm hoping and I think Jung is respected enough that you can read him and
Ashish died. What is the time in Pakistan?
It's
Almighty
2:30.
Oh, you're doing the shadow work.
Yeah. So I think before tackling some of the concepts in the book, I wanna have a base knowledge of, because the book talks about this thing as well. Just the basic concept.
Almighty Dreddy.
Won't wanna dive way too
I can't
deep.
for you to come to America, bro. We're going to have a great trip.
Yes. I feel empty, empty and of knowledge. I pride myself with I think I've developed a very good muscle for arguing with myself and being consistent and all of that stuff. But some of the knowledge is lacking. Yeah.
It is up to the
which is something that I'm gonna work on now.
ego to give up its pride. We also encounter our shadow in our dreams. As a person of the same sex as the dreamer, it is what seems to be a criticism of our character from the unconscious, an inner judge of your own being that reproaches you, and the result is usually embarrassed silence. We must identify the contents of the shadow and integrate them into our personality. This is the process of the realization of the shadow, also known as shadow work. Here begins the painfully and lengthy work of self-education. One must enter into long and difficult negotiations with the shadow, a work.
All the feelings you feel now stem from your childhood and the trauma you have experienced.
We might say that is the psychological equivalent of the labors of Hercules. Through shadow work, one can observe one's shadow outwardly by watching one's emotional reactions and being radically honest about one's interactions with others, and inwardly by
Almighty Dreddy, once you fix the child, then you will have a great life.
Yeah, but like, you know, man, I just want to like understand the concepts. I think we do the normal Red Bull and yogurt combination. Red Bull yogurt. Yes, most certainly. But you gotta be in like a fucking deep fucking trench, or like, you know, in the right section of reality to do the child work. Man, we have to like fucking self-therapize, bro. I think I like self-therapizing, bro. Like I don't think, like, I think that is better than like
exploring one.
It takes longer, but whatever change you get, it sticks. Yeah.
Streams. This allows one to become enlightened and reduces the shadow's destructive potential, not so much as it were by waging war against the darkness, but by bringing the darkness to the light to the darkness. As Jung writes, there is no light without shadow and no psychic wholeness without imperfection. One must not strive for perfection, but rather wholeness of personality. The lifelong process of individuation creates a balance between one's conscious and unconscious realms, aligning the ego to the self, the totality of one's personality. However scary or dark it is to confront our shadow, finding truth brings relief. Discernment of the truth is the process of authenticity, a painstaking excavation into the depths of our being, to explore possibilities and limitations.
Hey,
distort.
Let us find this philosophy: synchronicity, meaningful patterns in life.
This AI.
ChatGPT induced psychosis.
Hi, Ambient.
It's about anti-natalism and mass violence.
Almighty Dreddy, man, you've been with me on this journey. I self-therapies, but I also use people I trust, but I also meditate and ground in TBH. I feel like since I've been using these tools, I've been more connected to. Almighty Dreddy,
Partly with no nonsense spirituality.
universe.
Today we're going to be doing
Almighty
enlightenment.
dreading.
So what is enlightenment, especially
No
from a
whips,
secular point of view? Pitfalls, common pitfalls on the path of enlightenment, and how enlightenment or awakening journeys can be different for men and women based on how we're socialized. And I just want to say at the very beginning, this isn't one of those things where like I'm claiming to be enlightened and I'm going to teach all of you down here how to follow in my footsteps. I'm not that kind of teacher. It's more so that I've been studying in the spiritual space, in religion and philosophy. I've been studying gurus and talking to people about their spiritual journeys for a long time. And I just want to share things that I've learned along the way. Many of the pitfalls that I'll even be talking about are things that either I fell into or I would have a teacher kind of calling out my own blind spot. So this is in no way saying I am enlightened, follow me. This is just saying I've been reading and studying and on my own journey, and here are some things that may be helpful for you wherever you are in your journey. So we're going to take it from that stance.
Man, this lady is fucking good, bro. Like, yeah, this lady is good. Yeah.
Not a guru. All right, so from an atheistic or naturalistic standpoint, enlightenment isn't this like cosmic magical download or divine reward. It's really a neurocognitive shift. It's a profound change in how the brain perceives reality and self and meaning, because our brains evolved for survival, not truth, and certainly not happiness. And so our brains are full of biases that helped our ancestors avoid predators and secure resources and bond into tribes. And there's a lot of downsides to those biases that make us suffer more. So one would be like the negativity bias. The brain pays more attention to threats.
She's explaining it pretty well. She's explaining it like, you know, whenever it's pretty well. I might take notes here. Bro, this was good, bro. Yes, she's explaining it pretty well. Like it's very logical definitions and shit.
I'm gonna take it from that stance here. Not a guru. All right, so from an atheistic or naturalistic standpoint, enlightenment isn't this like cosmic magical download or divine reward. It's really a neurocognitive shift. It's a profound change in how the brain perceives reality and self and meaning. Because
Almighty Dready. She is spittin' but major nerd alert LOL.
Yes, that is true. Shift is to
because our brains evolve in how the brain perceives reality.
Profound change in how the brain perceives. Okay, so change in perception, right? Change in perception. The change is it good or bad? Like, you know, it's just change. Right now it's labeled as change.
And self and meaning.
Almighty Dready.
Yes, change in self.
Damn, as you learn, we learn thinking face.
Yes.
Because our brains evolved for survival, not truth, and certainly not.
So brains evolved for survival. Oh yeah, survival. Yes, the brain has evolved for survival. That is true. That is true. Brain has been evolved with survival. Yes, evolved for survival. Yes. So what does that constitute? If the brain is evolved with survival, for survival, then it's not evolved to go towards the truth. That which is, yes, that is true.
Not happiness.
And not go towards happiness. It prioritizes only survival. Yes. brain.
And so our brains are full of biases that helped our ancestors avoid predators and.
So these are like, you know, there are some biases. Okay, so this means that the brain has some biases. Okay, and the biases are to helped us. You know, they helped us to avoid. They helped our ancestors. To avoid predators. We have to learn this shit. We have to learn this shit because this is something that our brain naturally does not know of. Like there are biases, like, you know, fucking cognitive biases, bro. And these are basic ones. Yeah.
Secure resources and bond into tribes. And there's a lot of downsides to those biases that make us suffer more. So one would be like the negativity bias.
So there's a negativity bias as well. Alright, that makes us
The brain pays more attention to threats than neutral or positive things.
Yes. So negativity biases is like attention to threat more than neutral or positive experience. Yes.
And I still have that. Like if I read 100 positive comments, I'll still remember the one scathing comment.
Yes. So negativity bias is in us, like, you know, that's why we see the fucking negative comments and it hurts more than like all the positive. That's why we don't see the positive side, because of this bias. Yes, but that was needed back when we were like old, like ancestors. Our ancestors needed that. Yes, because like, you know, because they were fucking attacked by animals all the time, bro. Yeah, it's a thing that people have.
Comment more than I'll remember the 100 positive things. It's just something our brains do fairly naturally. There's a self-centered bias where we're constantly scanning, what does this mean for me, because of self-preservation.
So negativity bias, self-centered. Self-centered bias.
There's pattern-seeking biases where the brain's trying to find meaning and causality even when it's random.
Okay, so man, fuck. There is self-centered bias.
Constantly scanning, what does this mean for me? Because
what does this mean to me?
Of self-preservation. There's pattern-seeking biases.
Then pattern-seeking.
where the brain's trying to find meaning and causality even when it's random, which we have because it was safer to assume that even when it's random. Constantly scanning, what does this mean for me? Because of self-preservation. There's pattern-seeking biases where the brain's trying to find meaning and causality even when it...
Pattern-seeking biases, meaning and causality. Okay.
It's random. Which we have because it was safer to assume that, you know, it was a tiger in the bushes than assuming it was nothing. We have tribal biases, so we have a strong in-group, out-group thinking because...
Assume
it was nothing. We have tribal biases, so we have a strong in-group, out-group thinking because sticking with our tribe increased our survival chances. And there's lots of these... biases and patterns going on in our brain. And so when people talk about enlightenment from a brain point of view, they're talking about slowly overcoming or rewiring these survival biases so that we're no longer overreacting to every potential threat. We're not clinging so tightly to our image or a sense of self as the center of the universe. And we're more likely to be able to perceive things as they are rather than through the lens of fear or judgment or control, which means that we can sit with uncertainty without compulsively forcing either meaning or clinging to something when there's no need to do that. And eventually that helps us to become happier, and not in a delusional way, happier while also seeing and being able to face reality as it is. And so I wouldn't call enlightenment something that you arrive at. I would say that the first time that you just have a thought where instead of just reacting with anger, you just notice I am angry, and you just get curious about it, and maybe you make an intentional choice to not act in anger. The first time you do that, which could have been like when you're 8 years old and a sibling bothers you and you just decide not to punch him in the face, I would say the first time that you do that, where you don't just react and you just notice that you're, instead of saying I am angry, you're saying I notice that I'm angry. The first time that you do that, you're on an enlightenment journey. You're on an awakening journey. And we're just always improving our ability to sit with and see things as they really are, and also reduce our brain's potential for suffering because of how self-obsessed and neurotic it is. So how this happens mechanistically, research into long-term meditators, which is fascinating to read the studies on long-term meditators, or people who do psychedelics, people who do trauma integration, neuroplasticity studies, suggest that this kind of mindfulness, this self-inquiry, will actually process real brain structures, change real brain structures over time. The default mode network is the brain's kind of like self-story generator. It decreases during deep meditation, and this leads to reduced kind of ego chatter and self-obsession where we just suffer so much. This turns off during psychedelics, which is why psychedelics are so helpful for anytime you're trapped in a thought pattern. That's why it's helpful for OCD and PTSD and depression, because all of those things are us getting stuck in our thoughts, essentially, our thought patterns. For amygdala reactivity, which is our fear center.
You just everybody very officially that you should blaze it.
I'm sure that's going to shrink with mindfulness or enlightenment kind of practices, and that's going to reduce that threat overreaction that we have. Our prefrontal cortex gains stronger regulation over emotional outbursts, so we become more intentional rather than reactive. And then the insular cortex, which is the awareness of our body and our emotional states, become more active, which leads to just a more embodied perception of what's going on rather than just like getting stuck in your thought patterns and ruminating. So in short, the enlightened brain just stops compulsively defending this fragile self, stops fighting reality, stops filtering everything through constant fear and craving, and you start to experience more life like sensations are just sensations, not problems. Thoughts are just thoughts, not commandments. Emotions are waves, not verdicts. You are part of reality, not separate from it. And we don't need supernatural beliefs for any of that. It's really just an evolutionary hack using the brain's ability to adapt neuroplasticity to liberate itself from its own outdated survival software that makes us suffer because it was meant for a world that we no longer inhabit. I'm really not going to be eaten by a saber-toothed tiger, so like, why is my brain freaking out like it is? And that means that your brain is able to be freer from illusion and just a better place to live in. That's what we're trying to do here. Like, God, I'm not trying to release my soul into the 16th.
To the T, man. To the T. That is to the T. Like, understanding, like, that is where assumptions come from. All the things that are... all the bad things in the world are, yes, just your fucking brain having these biases. That's where all those negative emotions, somebody, like, you know, pattern recognition, the fucking self-centeredness, this is all, or negative bias. Very good. Yes, so to overcome these shits,
It's dimension or going to 5D frequencies or whatever the new age people are saying. It's really just, I live in my brain. My brain was created with a lot of biases for a world that I no longer
I have a work wife. That's how long I spend time at work. I have one at work and one at home.
Damn, bro.
Believe in, and that makes me suffer a lot more than I need to. And because I live in my brain, I'm going to make my brain a better place to live in. That's what an awakening and enlightenment journey is for me. It's the clear, deep realization that you're not separate from life. It's dropping the illusions, especially the illusions about yourself, seeing things as they are without needing fairy tales to make it comfortable. So it's not about becoming special or ascending to some magical plane. It's more of this sense of waking up for a dream where you thought you were the center of everything. You're just reacting and realizing that you're part of this vast, interconnected, chaotic, beautiful reality that doesn't owe you anything, and that's okay. It's emotional maturity at an existential level that we can even see in how your brain changes when you are on a path that encourages this kind of awakening. So I don't think it's a place that, you know, where we arrive at, where I'm enlightened and you are not. It's a journey that starts the first time you're able to just not react. So a simple version of this would be, the first step that you often see is, I'm not who I thought I was, and the world is not what I thought it was. And that's not a crisis, that's an invitation. Okay, there's some aspect of that tends to be a first step. And that to me is what the beginning of an awakening journey is. It's waking up from the dream, from your conditioned thoughts, from the illusion that you're in the center of the universe, and getting a little more of that space in between input and response. So here are the common pitfalls in a kind of awakening path where you feel like you're waking up from the dream of your own conditioning. And so these are the common things that at the beginning beginning especially, you're going to fall into when you kind of just started your awakening journey of waking up from the dream of what you are. So the first one that I see is a new identity trap. So I'm a spiritual person now. So it's ditching your old identity, a lawyer, mom, whatever, and replacing it with a new shiny, I'm enlightened, I'm spiritual persona. I have a man bun. I am enlightened now. And what this is you're still clinging. But it's a fancier or a holier story. And so what happens sometimes if you haven't done the work of fully forming an ego is that spirituality then becomes your ego. And when
this lady.
that happens, it's very hard to work with because your ego can hide in spirituality and spiritual work because we're wrapping it all in this pretty language and talking about doing the work, but it's really just the ego wanting people to see that you're doing the work, and then you get caught in the ego identity trap of looking like a spiritual person. So what this looks like is someone does psychedelics once or goes to a retreat once and they jump straight into teaching others, quoting Rumi, they're wearing beads, they're starting podcasts, and their ego is still running the show because they're not in tune with self-understanding enough, and they don't have teachers calling out their blind spots enough to know that their ego really didn't die down, it just moved, and it's still running the show, just it's doing so in spiritual clothing. I don't like to dog on individual people because I want to stay in the world of ideas, and I'm not the kind of person that just wants to like berate individual people. But like a good example of this as an idea, even though I don't know anything about her as a person, is like Shannon Blake. I don't know if you've seen her, I'll put a picture up here, but it's where the image of spirituality becomes your ego. And so she has a song, I don't think I can play it on YouTube where it will take it, but it says, you know, I have big heart, big tits, big checks, and it's talking about how much money she's making in the world of spirituality. And it's like, you know, it just, to me, it feels like, and not in a judgmental way, it just feels like, oh, she's young. This is what happens when you don't have a fully formed ego, and then your ego starts becoming the spiritual person. And then, you know, she runs retreats, she makes a lot of money, she makes music and things like that, but it still feels like her ego is being dressed in spiritual clothing so that she can sell whatever she's trying to sell, so that her ego is getting whatever it needs. And that's okay. I just think we should recognize that for what it is and realize that maybe that's not what a spiritual or awakening practice looks like at the end of your life, in the later stages of human development. We could just appreciate it for what it is. I don't know how to say that and use an example without it sounding mean, but I, for one, am just not resonating with the spiritual message of big heart, big tits, big checks. That's not personally filling my cup, but I wish her well on her spiritual journey. The next pitfall that I see is using enlightenment as an escape. And I see this all the time where people start saying, ever since, I called this out on social media a while ago, ever since I became enlightened, I can't handle regular people. I can't relate to humanity anymore because I'm up here on this plane and they're down here. I hear this one all the time. And so, and I've definitely, I think, had times where I felt like this. And so this is one of the most common pitfalls in an awakening journey. It's using awakening as a way to escape life rather than engage with it more deeply. Many people unconsciously imagine that enlightenment will put them above pain and conflict and responsibility and emotional complexity, that it's offering an exit from discomfort. But real awakening doesn't erase fear or grief or relational messiness. It changes your relationship relationship to it. So when people start detaching from their emotions and their responsibilities and trying to avoid conflict and fantasizing about running away to monasteries or exploring the 12th dimension or constantly chasing the next drug breakthrough combination as a fix for dissatisfaction, what's really happening there, they're not waking up, they're not getting deeper into their life, they're avoiding. So real enlightenment isn't about leaving your life behind. And I have seen some gurus say, you know, the next step for your spiritual practice is for you to leave your family. And like, as a mother, like, I deeply reject that idea. I deeply reject using spirituality to escape in that way. So it's about standing fully inside with open eyes with your relationships. It's deepening your tenderness. It's deepening your accountability. It's widening your capacity to stay connected to reality even when it's uncomfortable. So if your awakening is making you less engaged, less responsible, less human, running away from relationships, you're not getting closer to the truth. You're running away from it and using spirituality as your train out of the messiness of the human experience. So my rule is, if your enlightenment awakening journey isn't making it easier to sit with your family of origin, then it's an escape. This also, now that doesn't mean that you're not allowed to have boundaries. I think that boundaries can be very healthy, but I do think you should be able to understand your own triggers and understand other people the more you're on your journey. Otherwise, what good is it for? Like, if it doesn't help you sit with your family, that's why they say, what's the quote that says, if you think you're awakened or you think you're enlightened, go spend a week with your family. That's where the real work is. That's where the hardest love work is. And so if it isn't giving you tools for that, I would say it tends to be more of an escape. And this also includes a phenomenon called psychedelics chasing. So another common trap is mistaking psychedelic experiences for permanent awakening. So some people fall into this endlessly chasing the next trip, the next chemical combination, believing that just like with one more ceremony, one more dose, they'll finally arrive. And psychedelics can offer profound glimpses into realities like rawness, and just being able to sit, like turn off your default mode network and just kind of sit in beingness. But they're not a substitute for integration or emotional maturity or day-to-day engagement with life. So chasing peak experiences often becomes its own form of addiction. I've met with now many clients who are on that hamster wheel where there's this hunger for transcendence without the hard work of embodiment. And so true awakening isn't about stacking visions or downloading cosmic insights. It's about how you live after the visions fade. So if your spirituality needs to be chemically reignited every month in order to stay on that path, you're not awakening, you're just looping through escapism dressed as expansion. So I've met quite a few people in coaching who are on this hamster wheel of psychedelics chasing. It gets to the point where their drug life is over here and their regular life is over here, and they're getting further and further apart without integrating, and that becomes really disorienting, and it doesn't lead to the kind of wholeness that we're looking for, which is why I usually recommend guides who can help you with reintegration therapy or helping you use psychedelics to open doors in the mind that you then learn how to walk into with your sober mind. So the studies that we have on psychedelics show that while psychedelics can reduce your default mode network activity and give you this, ego dissolution experiences, they do not, and we have the studies to show this, they do not guarantee integration or emotional maturity if you're not doing the sustained inner work and the therapy and the reintegration in between your trips. And so repeated psychedelic experiences without integration can turn into what researchers call spiritual materialism, which is using these profound experiences to, again, boost your ego, because your ego can hide in all of this so easily. So number 3 on my list of potential pitfalls is using spirituality to avoid your feelings. So in 1984, it was John Wellwood who coined the term spiritual bypassing. And it was because in his psychotherapy work, he noticed that many seekers were using spiritual ideas to suppress or deny or bypass unresolved emotional wounds. So spiritual bypassing happens when we use spiritual beliefs to avoid uncomfortable psychological realities. So instead of dealing with grief or anger or trauma or conflict, people might hide behind phrases like
Chief
everything
God,
happens for a reason or just let it
I have
go,
returned, but not
invalidating
without
the
vengeance,
real
bro,
emotional
what you
work that
think
needs
of
to
the
happen.
video.
So my unpopular take is I think that
Oh,
Yoda
you've
is
gotten
doing
me into
spiritual
the rabbit hole.
bypassing when someone dies and he says, mourn them do not, miss them do not. They're one with the
This lady is
Force.
very good.
To
Chief,
me, that is Jedi spiritual bypassing.
This is
This
is like
them do not.
real fucking enlightenment shit, right? Okay. I will send you this, okay, and watch it on your own time. This will be really good for you. Okay. Wait. Let me give you this. This will be really good for you. This will be really good for you.
That's spiritual bypassing. That's avoiding that it's
Mr.
sad
Wilson
that his
is
mentor
live.
died. So when someone loses a loved one and immediately goes to, well, the soul never dies, everything's an illusion, whatever spiritual wrapping they want to put around that, they're not actually grieving, and they may actually develop physical symptoms later because they never process their real emotions. So true spirituality would allow for mourning, but also keep a larger container for that kind of mourning. So bypassing painful emotions in the name of spirituality doesn't lead to freedom. It leads to internal fragmentation, and true maturity integrates grief and rage and longing into the spiritual path rather than evading them. Another trap, and this would include me, absolutely, is premature certainty. So in traditional Buddhist maps, like the 10 ox-herding pictures of Zen, early enlightenment experiences are followed by periods of disillusionment. And so the 7th and 8th ox-herding pictures are literally about losing the sense of specialness and returning to the world with humility. So what this looked like for me before I go into this, just to use a practical example, is there was a time where I felt like because I left the Mormon church and because I was a truth seeker and I deconstructed, I'm better than Mormons. Like, I don't know if I would have said that, but certainly subconsciously would I have believed that about myself? The answer is yes. Especially earlier on when I had just left Mormonism, I felt like I had more moral courage than Mormons, and I felt like I was smarter, and I felt like I was more intelligent, and I felt like I had more moral courage, and I really looked down on people who stayed in the church. And what happened after a while, though, as you continue on your path and as I become more humble, and also as I learn more about human nature, I realized that I didn't choose my core values. And so I didn't choose that truth seeking is a higher core value for me than, for example, loyalty. My brother, he's very high in loyalty, still active in the church. And also there are some people who can handle chaos more than others, and some who psychologically really struggle and suffer with too much uncertainty and ambiguity. And so me leaving Mormonism, like me reading the same thing as someone else, but my core values took me out of their church, and their core values that they didn't choose either kept them in the church. There's nothing about that makes me any better inherently. It really doesn't, because I didn't choose the core values that led me out of the church, and they didn't choose the core values or psychological states that keep them in the church. And so over time, I had that sense of feeling that separation, even feeling sometimes that I was better than people, and then all of that breaking down later on in my journey, where I realized that we're all just trees growing in our soil. And
choose this path, bro. Can I choose the path? Can I choose the path? This is where the free will thing is. Can I choose the path?
and how a tree grows in its soil. You know, we never look at a tree and say like, oh, that's a bad tree. It's like, no, that tree didn't get enough water. That tree had a lot of wind and it blew it so it leans that way, and you just appreciate trees for what they are. And that came later on in my journey. So I'm trying to be honest here and be vulnerable where I can. So at certain stages, after big breakthroughs, it can feel like you've figured it all out. You're living in the now. You have shattered the illusion of reality. You're living non-dualism. You are exploring spiritual dimensions. You're talking to aliens. You're talking to gods. Whatever the idea is, I've literally heard them all at this point. But deep spirituality reveals that no map captures the whole territory. Clinging to one final answer stops your growth. Feeling like you're better than people certainly stops your growth. And it's an illusion of the ego anyway. Because if we don't have free will, then what are we really judging people on anyway? So real wisdom stays open. It knows that truth is layered and paradoxical and evolving, and that human development and human nature evolves, and there's strengths and weaknesses for each stage of human development. You will die not knowing more than you know, myself included. You and me will die as aware of the complexities of the universe as an ant understands quantum physics. The teachers I really look for at this stage in my journey are ones who have made peace with uncertainty, not the ones selling me their spiritual surety. If someone is sure of whatever spiritualism that they're operating under, instantly for me, that's like a red flag. So an example would be, you know, someone becomes obsessed with non-dual philosophy and insists, you know, nothing matters, there's no self in all conversations, and they're dismissing real ethical or emotional concerns. And so they've frozen their growth at this one insight instead of letting new layers and complexities and different isms and different perspectives unfold over time. And then that reality, that spiritual reality, is now your new filter and bias. And then you start wrapping your identity around it, and boom, you're basically in a religion. You have an identity wrapped around certain things that you believe to be true, and your growth really stops. So this is probably where you're like, hey Britt, isn't this you? Like, yes and no. At my best, I'm really open to whatever reality might be. There's lots of options: panpsychism, materialism, collective consciousness, deism. There's lots of options on the table. At my best, when I'm in a good headspace, it's like not knowing how many blades of grass exist in the world right now. Maybe that ultimate truth exists. Maybe that number actually exists. But we are not anywhere near being able to calculate that. And so what I'm trying to do is say, I don't know how many blades of grass there are, but I don't think it's two. Two would be like, you know, Mormonism, Seventh-day Adventists, Jehovah's Witnesses, Scientologists, religions that are fairly easy to deconstruct in their truth claims. Like, I don't know what reality is, but I'm skeptical that it's two. Do you know what I mean? And that's not being closed-minded, because it's not the same as making truth claims. I don't know, nor claim to know, what ultimate reality is. I don't even know if we're interacting with it. So what I'm trying to do is say, I don't think it's two, but then what that's doing is not making me closed-minded, it's making me open to whatever reality is. So at my best, that's what I'm doing. And I realize that I'm not always operating with that level of openness where my biases aren't filtering information and I'm truly able to keep every option on the table. Am I always doing that? No. Like, I have my own wounds from religion. I have my own biases. So I'm not floating above these. These are pitfalls that I have to watch out for too. And I have my own teachers from different religious traditions that call out my biases and blind spots that I'm not seeing. When I asked ChatGPT what a common spiritual journey with these pitfalls looks like what a caricature of this looks like in a person, it sounds like a lot of people that I see on spirituality TikTok. So this is the caricature that ChatGPT gave for this. So there's a girl named Mia. Mia got into New Age spirituality. She dove headfirst into crystals, manifestation, astrology, energy healing, and endless YouTube videos about high vibes. At first, just learning the terms made her feel wise. Now she could talk about chakras and frequencies and 5D consciousness without ever having really experienced shifts inside herself. So she's mistaking knowledge for wisdom. And then whenever life got messy, breakups, job losses, causes loneliness, she quickly told herself it was all divine timing, or it was just the universe testing her vibration, or there's like a planetary explanation for this, rather than facing her grief and patterns honestly, which would be the spiritual bypassing part. As her bookshelf and crystal collection grew, so did her subtle sense of superiority. She started to see her friends who weren't spiritual as asleep or low vibe, even though she herself was still insecure and reactive and anxious. After her first intense meditation retreat, she declared herself awake because she felt blissed out for a few days. She quit her job, booked a one-way ticket to Bali, and started offering shadow work coaching to others, even though she still hadn't worked through most of her own wounds. For a while, Mia tried to kill off any hint of ambition, sadness, anger, or fear inside her, thinking that these emotions were not spiritual and to be eliminated to stay high vibe. When she struggled, she blamed herself for not manifesting correctly, or assumed it was because she hadn't aligned her frequency enough, causing cycles of shame masked as spiritual striving. So over time, she noticed she was becoming more attached, not in a wise, open-hearted way, but in a numbed out, emotionally disconnected way. And it wasn't until a total breakdown, when the dream life she was curating fell apart, that Mia began a deeper, quieter form of spiritual work. She learned that true growth wasn't about floating above life or winning and being spiritual. It was about becoming more honest, more embodied, more tender, more awake, and a little less certain each day. It wasn't glamorous, it wasn't Instagrammable, but it was hard and it was real. So each of these pitfalls reflects a kind of overconfidence combined with a lack of full integration. And this is really what the Dunning-Kruger effect will predict even in this kind of enlightenment journey. So early glimpses of insight feel huge, but true enlightenment is humble and fluid and deeply human. And so I want to end here with, in my experience as a spiritual director, what does ego work look like in this awakening journey, and how that differs between men and women, not necessarily because of biology. As far as how much we're nature and how much we're nurture, I'm not an expert in that space, and so I will leave experts to discuss that. But by whatever combination of biology and or programming from living in a patriarchal society or religion, or often both, how does this look like on average for men and women? So how ego work gets into this is ego work isn't about killing your ego and becoming nobody. That's not the goal. The ego is simply your psychological structure, and it's the story you have about yourself that helps you to survive and connect and act in the world. So the goal isn't destruction, it's integration. Knowing where the ego serves you and where it sabotages you. So here's the critical piece. Men and women generally are conditioned to build very different kinds of egos, which is why often their spiritual paths can look different, because their ego work looks different. And I don't know to what extent this is nature or nurture, and also, queer people, neurodivergent people, individual people will of course be all over the map on this, but we can talk generally in society what this looks like for men and women. So for many men in a patriarchal society, the ego tends to be overinflated. So it builds itself around achievement and dominance and performance and emotional toughness. Men are taught that to be vulnerable is to be weak, and self-worth is tied to how much they can conquer or produce, and then asking for help signals failure. And so as a result, ego work for men usually involves softening, learning how to feel emotions without shame, how to admit failure or uncertainty without crumbling, how to see others not as threats and competitors, but as allies. It's not about shrinking themselves, it's about dismantling the false belief that their worth depends on winning and controlling and outperforming. And true strength comes from also being able to be tender or humble or authentic. And so women, on the other hand, are more conditioned to shrink their ego rather than inflate it. So the cultural story for many women, especially if you're in patriarchal religion, it revolves around pleasing others. From a young age, we're told to smile. We're told to make sure to keep the men around us happy. We minimize our needs.
All human emotions and attributes, the ego has its place in society, just as aggression has its place, and compassion, etc.
that makes us good, that makes us a good person, that makes us a holy person, and tying our worth to relationships and likability. And so they're often taught consciously and unconsciously that to be assertive or ambitious or self-focused is selfish and bad.
Know
so
about,
as a
like, is there a
Theoretical
video on
work.
this, like the ego?
Trick is to tame the ego, keep it in check.
So wait, we gotta like, I gotta know the exact definition. What is ego? Yeah, okay, wait.
One of the most enduring and important ideas of Sigmund Freud was that the human mind can be divided into
I
three
know
levels of
what the ego
consciousness.
is, but like, you know, like I wanna like see a workable definition.
Unconscious, preconscious, and conscious minds.
Maybe
My
I
name
don't
is
know.
Robin Wallast, I'm a doctor in psychology, and in this video we will explore three personality structures which are the id, ego, and superego. The id operates in our unconscious mind, which means that it is not accessible to our consciousness. The id is often pictured as a little devil whispering on your shoulder. He is selfish, instinctual, impulsive, and refers to an unconscious psychic energy that strives to satisfy basic needs such as sex, eating, and aggression. Specifically, the id is based on the pleasure principle, which demands immediate gratification by giving pleasure and avoiding pain. Think about a newborn child who is crying because he sees pleasure through food and attention with no regard to consequences. He demands immediate gratification regardless of the burden
ego taming.
goes to his parents.
Knowing should suffice, no need to outshine others. Yes.
Next, the second personality structure is the superego, which is mostly unconscious and often pictured as the little angel smiling on your shoulder. He is like an internal judge who is based on the moral principle. He tells you what is right and wrong, what is socially acceptable to do, think, and feel according to real-world rules, moral, and norms. Finally, the third personality structure is the ego, which is basically our conscious self. The ego is who we think we are. It has the ability to make decisions. The ego operates on the reality principle. It is like an executive mediator who tries to satisfy both the needs from the id and superego in a realistic way. Let me give you a concrete example. Imagine that you have to study for an exam or you have homework to do. The id is based on the pleasure principle and immediate gratification, so when you will start studying, you will have thought like, this is boring, why am I doing this? And the id will put pressure on you to do something pleasurable, like watching a TV series, going on social media.
I think he's
anything
not
that will
defining
give you
it correctly.
immediate gratification. Then,
really,
the
if you
superego
think
is
about
based on the moral principle and will act like a judge by giving you thoughts like, doing my homework is the right thing to do. I should do it for my career. And the superego will pressure you by rewarding or punishing you. For instance, you will feel proud like a good student if you study, or ashamed like a terrible student if you quit your task before finishing it. Between the id and the superego, you have the ego, which is based on the reality
Know
principle.
that you are good enough,
The
smart
ego
enough,
will find a
loving
compromise by analyzing both sides. That's right, this homework is a bit boring and I want to do something more pleasurable, but if I don't make it, I might fail my exam or my class. And so the ego will find a decision in a realistic way. This is how the three personality structures work. Thank you for watching. Let me know in the comments below.
So like the ego is just something that is making the decision. What? No, I don't think this is. No. Is this correct? I don't know what is. I don't know what is it.
Result, ego work for women often involves strengthening their ego, owning their power without guilt, expressing
Theoretical
anger, and expressing
ego tells me
desire
my explanation was
unapologetically.
better.
What was your explanation? Knowing should.
Theoretical wet work. Face fuchsia poop shape.
Trick is to tame the ego. Yes. So tame the ego. Tame the id or the ego. What?
ego is the person, like, you know, is the conscious thing, right? According to that guy. I think that guy was not
allowing themselves to be
correctly.
Disliked or misunderstood without collapsing. The task is to dismantle the belief that goodness equals self-erasure. And so true wholeness for women usually looks like stepping into a space where they were taught not to occupy, where they get bigger and they claim their voice and they become ambitious and they have boundaries and they have boldness without apology. That tends to be signs of spiritual growth for women in a patriarchal culture. But men often heal the ego by becoming softer and a more emotionally open, and realizing that they're not the center of the universe. This is why there's this, you know, cute quote on TikTok that goes viral every few months, that men do psychedelics in order to feel what women feel in the bathroom in 8th grade, that you affect other people, that other people have their own lives, that other people have their own ways of seeing the world. And so men tend to struggle with ego inflation and need to work in reconnecting to humility and interconnection. And women tend to struggle with ego shrinking and often need to reconnect to courage. In both cases, ego work isn't about ego death or about erasing yourself. It's about seeing through these false survival stories or these false narratives. So the goal of ego work, the point of me talking about this at all, is that a healthy ego acts like clothing. And so the clothing is, I'm a Brittany, this is my name, these are my preferences, these are my qualifications, and I put that on like clothing in order to interact in the world. Clothing, it just makes it easier to interact in the world. But at any time, I can change my clothing, I can take off my clothing because I am not my clothing. My clothing is just this helpful outer layer that helps me to kind of interact in society. It's kind of a shortcut. And so at any time, I can just say, like, I don't want to wear this anymore. I don't like this anymore. I'm going to try this coat on over here, or I'm going to, I'm skinny dipping and I'm going to take my clothes off entirely and I feel completely comfortable. That's what we want an ego to feel like. And so an ego, what a healthy ego feels like for me is I can walk into the room, I can feel like I deserve to be there. And also when I'm totally wrong, or I learn something new, or someone calls me out on my bullshit, I can quickly say, you're right, I was wrong, my bad. That's a good point. I didn't consider that. And so it's both. It's being able to be in the room without shame or fear because I'm confident in myself and I have a good sense of self, but also that my clothing, my ego is so flexible and it's not fixed and I'm not clinging to it and it's not a facade, that I can change and I can make mistakes and I can learn and I can grow. And so when I'm in a good headspace, that's what a healthy ego looks like for me. And I can appreciate that my ego is just there to protect me. It just wants me to look good. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just part of me. But if I let it take over, it's going to start caring about my facade and then it's going to start limiting me. So from someone who is not enlightened past tense, but just somewhere on this path, who spends a lot of time with people in the spiritual space, who's fallen into many of these traps myself, I just hope that there was something helpful here. That a good guide for me now is, am I getting better at sitting with my family? Am I getting better at sitting with discomfort? Am I getting better with saying I don't know? Am I getting better at sitting with death? Am I getting deeper into life, deeper into relationships, deeper into self-awareness? Do I know myself better now than I did a year ago? And if the answer is no to any of those questions, I'm usually escaping in some way, and then I can catch myself and get back to the real work. And the reason we even talk about the ego when we're talking about enlightenment is that even if these experiences are genderless, in the sense like when you get to a space where you're just sitting in consciousness and you are noticing objects in consciousness, we can perhaps call that a genderless space, where it seems like every human is able to access that experience. But how we get there definitely depends on our ego. It depends on our story. So if you're a woman and you're only focused on limiting yourself and getting smaller, that's going to limit your ability to be able to go to these places and experience these experiences. Same thing if you're a man. If you have an overinflated sense of ego, then it can also really limit your ability to change and grow and cut through the illusions and biases that help you to experience these places of inner transformation and inner transcendence even. the real work is just really not on Instagram. It's not on retreat. It's not in psychedelic work. It's recognizing that you hurt someone else, recognizing you were wrong, recognizing you're not the center of the universe, but you're not nothing either. And just letting go of clinging to forcing things to be different than they seem to be, or forcing things to be true that you want to be true emotionally. So Jack Kornfield, he's a Buddhist teacher that I genuinely like. After the ecstasy, the laundry. Meaning after a major insight, real life conflicts precedes him, which is
I am very positive, like, you know, towards the direction, and I feel like I'm doing the real work that needed to be done now. Like only now, after like, you know, after like so many years and stuff, I think I am starting to do the work now. Like what was needed to be done at that time, like, you know, yeah. So that's been like, you know, that has been amazing. Yes.
Theoretical wet work. Gandalf is messing with your stream. Face blue white eyes.
He's messing with my stream.
Water after enlightenment, carry water. So I hope that helps your
So yeah,
awakening path. It's not about escaping the world. It's not about going up.
Oh man, is it lagging? Is it lagging, or is it better now?
Theoretical wet work. Face turquoise covering eyes.
Been to the mountain in order to study love by yourself, which I always thought was a strange idea anyway. And
Gandalf
it's
gunman.
not about ego work looking the same for everyone. There's many male gurus who talk a lot about ego dissolution, which can be helpful for men, and you can sometimes not realize that that same path is maybe not as helpful for women or queer people, or vice versa. It's very individual. So I just hope that there's something in there that helps you on your path of awakening and breaking through illusions, and just helping you suffer less in your brain, which is really what this is about, and less about escaping into truth claims that we just don't know are true yet, or feeling like you're separate from people, or escaping the hard emotional work because you want to, you know, go on different planes where you're better than people. That's what we want to stay away from, because eventually if reality hits our delusion, that's when we will hit a rock bottom, because all that spiritual work that we did that was kind of a facade will eventually hit reality at some point. And that's what we're trying to avoid. We want our spirituality to actually help us be able to withstand what it is to be a human and all the mess of what it is to be a human, rather than set us up to fail later on, which is what so much of certainly New Age spirituality does, but religion too. So hopefully there was something in there that was helpful for you, and I will see you next time.
This lady is fucking epic, bro. This lady is epic, right? She's talking about things that are very cool. I like this. Yes. False awakening, bro.
Theoretical wet work. I'm no shrink, but I can tell you that every emotional experience you have is perfectly normal human emotions.
Yes. Every emotion. Yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, that's obvious. Yeah. Every experience you have. Yeah, it's not. Yeah.
But like, you know, some emotions make you feel, some emotions make you, when you experience them afterwards, they make you feel like guilt or something, make you feel weird. See, I feel like avoiding them is much better. No?
In a bino. I'm 10 days sober.
No fucking way. In a bino. Experiencing. Yeah, but like then yes, all are. But then where does responsibility come into play? Like that would mean like, alright, all emotions are like, you know, then you gotta be like, then there is no responsibility. Then like, you know, you do all of the. You gotta like, you know,
in a bino.
Tame the self.
Is Lily coming back soon? Theoretical wet work. Hormonal chemical imbalances can do that. Induce emotions that aren't necessarily warranted.
Yes.
And then comes the guilt.
Then comes the
in a bino.
No, what I'm saying is
down in the white page.
No, what I am saying is that, like, okay, yes, I mean every emotion is something that is innate in us, that we can feel. The existence of there being an emotion, right, that we can feel does not validate us, like, you know, acting out on that emotion. Like, for example, aggression and anger for me personally, it's fucking weird. It's not. It's only in some cases logical where, like, you know, you can use aggression and stuff, but it is to me like a very, like, you know, it's not something that the existence of it, I get that there is an existence of it, right, and it's normal, every human feels that, but then using that as like an excuse to act it out
or justify.
Yeah.
In a bino. Aggression when working out.
Aggression when working out. Yes. Like using rage to do stuff. Yeah, that is true as well. You use that. Like tapping into that emotion. But aggression can be used to, like, you know, work harder as well. It's kind of like a form of aggression as well, I think. Like generally, you know, like, you know, using it in a good way. So yes, there should be some amount of guilt related to that. That's what I think. There should be some amount of guilt related to that. Like afterwards, you can like forgive yourself and learn from it. Okay, but yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Now I think negative through writing fictional stories.
Venting is essential, but most channel in such a way as to not affect others negatively. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of like these general things, like, you know, like being a horrible person, right? And then like, you know, justifying it through that, like, you know, it was like, you at least acknowledge it, right? Don't justify it, recognize that is a mistake that needs to be corrected. And it can happen again if you don't check yourself. Yeah.
Theoretical wet work. If you're an empath, you can't help but to take in the negative energy that's all around, but we can channel it into positive output.
What is an empath? Like a very empathetic person. Very empathetic person. How do you measure empathy? Like, as in like. Person that uses empathy in most cases.
But yeah, an empathetic soul.
A person, an empathetic soul, like, he can't help but take in the negative energy that's all around, and we can channel it into positive out. No, but like having empathy isn't that like a good thing? I don't understand this. Like, being an empath, wouldn't that be like a good thing? Huh? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, looking at things with empathy is a good thing.
Theoretical wet work. Yes, being empathetic is human nature.
Yeah, I mean,
Gandalf Gunman. Souls are for the poorly endowed.
Souls are for the poorly. What the fuck does that mean? And looking at things with empathy is good. I don't see any negative coming from that. What are the pitfalls of being empathetic?
Theoretical wet work. Non-empathetic can ignore negative energy because they're essentially generating it.
Yeah, I mean, looking at things with empathy is good. I don't see any negative coming from that. What are the pitfalls of being empathetic? What are the negative pitfalls of being empathetic?
Non-empathetic can ignore negative energy because they're essentially generating it.
Non-empathetic can ignore negative energy, and empathetic. What does that mean? Like, I don't understand this. Like, what is an example, like a real life concrete example for this? I'm not getting it. Like a real life concrete example of like negative energy and and what is the negative energy? Like, what are you saying? This is very going all over the place in my brain.
Theoretical wet work.
Yeah, here it goes.
Okay, here goes.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Let's see what is happening here.
Theoretical wet work. I was living in a deer situation a while back, surrounded by dark druggy type criminal energy.
Okay. Wait. You were living in a dire situation back, right? Surrounded by dire, yes. Okay. And what was the empathy part? Man, I'm anticipating this message.
Spiritual director at No Nonsense Spirituality. I'm here with Pepperoni, and today we're going to be talking about one of the biggest changes that I made in my life that helped me go from suicidal nihilism to now thriving and not having to believe in anything unbelievable or do any
Theoretical
spiritual
wet work.
bypassing or optimism or positive.
Stuck in that place, cast someone who feels other people's desperation and fear, etc. I had to find a way to channel all that negative energy, or I would have got violent or killed. Soy started writing.
No, that's like you're stuck in that place because someone who feels other people's
Gandalf gunman.
Just the orchid man.
other people's desperation and fear. I had to find a way to channel all that negative energy. No, but like, if you're an empathetic person, you can't get violent. right? Because then you feel empathy for the person that, like, you know, you want to kill as well, like you know, like a empathetic person would not be selectively empathetic, right? Like selectively empathetic towards
theoretical wet work. I had to hole up in my unit and just write stuff. Music, stories, audiobooks. Whatever I could do to channel that dark energy into something lighter.
Yeah, so I think it was more so not empathy thing, like, you know, it was just the environment around you just, like, you know, destroying you. Destroying you from within, and then you just finding yourself.
Gandalf gunman. Would you rather get chomped by a prehistoric hippopotamus or have a coherent conversation with mac and cheese?
No, I have had coherent conversations with mac and cheese, Gandalf, if you didn't know. Yes. I'm not here all the time. Mac and cheese is a human being, bro.
Theoretical wet work. These were psycho drug dealers and tweakers who were already killing each other. Overdoses every week.
Yeah, I'm happy for you that you like, you know, that you escaped all of that.
Gandalf gunman.
Yeah.
Nah, that's cap.
No,
theoretical wet work.
I have with everybody.
A take on the prehistoric Dino.
Like, I mean, with you as well, Gandalf, you might remember, like, you know, with, like, outside of this character and stuff, I've had that with everybody. Everybody that stays here. I think that's part of the reason why somebody would stay here as well, because of, like, the bond that, like, gets created and stuff. Like, yeah, so all you need is somebody, like, typing when nobody else is typing, and then you have, like, a conversation like me with theoretical wet work. Like, this is pretty cool. Yeah. Now I feel like a little bit more like I know someone a little bit better, and they feel like they know me a little bit better. That's the shit, man. That's the shit. Yeah, man, I'm happy for you, theoretical wet work. Getting out of that situation. Yeah. It's a fucking hole, and to think that you
theoretical wet work. If your soul is in the right place, you find a way to retain your humanity.
Yes, that is true. Very good. Hell yeah.
And I'm thinking in order to get there, and it's the story about your life and the story that you're telling with your life. So in my worst time in the void, my story,
theoretical wet work.
The narrative that was always running in the background of my brain.
It was a rough spot. I got out, took bravery and a passport.
Let's fucking go.
Would have sounded like this. I was born out of religious duty. While growing up, my mom was emotionally distant, my father was controlling. I formed my identity in school, where I realized that no matter how many times I moved, I could try to be the smartest in the room and gain an identity that way. So in religion, I wanted to be the guy who always said, actually,
man, you have a very
like
cool story. Theoretical wet work, amazing. A very cool story.
Apologetics, I was good at it, but this skill turned on itself. And the more I learned, the more I realized there's no correct religion, no God, no truth outside of my bias. Everything here is a construct. All I see is icons on a computer because of evolutionary fitness. And what's worse is that in order to live, things have to die so that I eat. And I don't have free will, so I'm in this violent, biased robot in this system that says life at all costs. Evolution doesn't care if I'm happy. And then our sun goes out and we blow up, and none of this was for anything. If there was a big red button, we should push it. This one I really believed, because life shouldn't exist like this. The most moral thing to do would be to push the big red button, but if you don't have that, then to at least end your own life.
As a result,
but I can't because people don't know this, so they won't understand why. So I'm just going to walk around like a hypocrite. I'll steal if I want to. Who cares? Morality is a lie that companies can use slaves in order to make chocolate, but then tell me it's wrong to steal. It would have been better for none of us to have been born, for me to not have been born. I wish I was dead, but I'll pretend to be human and go through the motions because people care about me and they won't understand.
Gandalf Gunman.
So that was kind of rough. That's like a
Oh
little bit of a
God.
rough starting to this video, but I want to be brutally honest about this channel, about what my honest thoughts were during that time. So that was my story. That was the story that was always running in the background. And no wonder I was depressed. No wonder I had zero motivation. I could barely get out of bed. It was rough. And therapists couldn't help me in this place because they couldn't say anything that could withstand the kind of philosophical issues and questions that I was dealing with. They were trying to give me ways to maybe like reduce my anxiety, but I was dealing with whether life itself is justifiable, which requires a lot more philosophy than most therapists have. Medication only really numbed me. The only thing that really did help was changing my story about these nihilistic truths. So this is where my skeptics, you're going to be on guard, because what skeptics are afraid of, and I know this because I work with a majority of skeptical, cynical, nihilists, post-religious people, they're scared that right now I'm going to say, just believe that things are going to get better. Just choose something to believe in. Think positive.
To be
but
or not
I am
to
not
be,
talking
that
about
is the
toxic
sitting of the as
positivity
and
or
getting
spiritual
philosophical,
bypassing.
perhaps.
I'm talking about a way to live your life story that can withstand the horrors. And it really saved my life to rewrite my story. It reduces more suffering.
She is fucking hard, bro. Like this woman is fucking incredible, bro. This woman is incredible. Yes. There is no like fucking. It's very logical, right? Very logical.
Well, my phone melted last month with my SIM card in it. I don't miss it at all. No plans to replace devices. Escape the system.
Hell yeah. Escape the system. Or like, you know, fucking fuck the system. Yeah, but like, you know,
Gandalf Gunman. Holy yap, man, she just needed to play a game of Uno.
And then you not having a story to contain it increases your suffering and decreases your ability to show up in the world. You're doing it just because you're loyal to your first thought, your original story, which is just conditioning. It's more conditioning and it's just a reaction. So skeptics are in this weird position where they have such a reaction against positive thinking based on illusion, because they see all the people doing that they'll sometimes almost cling to their original thoughts as a place of safety. But the thing is, those thoughts aren't true either. They're mostly conditioning and reactionary. So we want to go to the place in between. We're not working with your thoughts. Okay, so not working with your thoughts intentionally is to be a slave to your conditioning. Jumping into positive thinking is Delulu land. But there's a space in between that where things can be true, but also helpful and help you thrive in ways that reduce suffering in you and reduce suffering in the world. That's the sweet spot. So today, you know, people always talk about Viktor Frankl, and I feel like he almost gets overused in this space. So I'm going to use a different story. I'm going to use the story of James Stockdale. He was a U.S. Navy pilot during the Vietnam War. He was shot down in 1965, captured by the North Vietnamese. During the next 7.5 years, he was held in the infamous Hanoi Hilton as a prisoner of war. And for 7 years, he was tortured, isolated, denied basic human dignity, and yet he survived. Not just physically, not just mentally, but psychologically. When others around him fell into despair or delusion, Stockdale remained grounded, and he was...
Theoretical wet work. It's really so simple, it's scary.
Yeah. Wait, I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna eat something, man. I'm gonna get some chicken. There's one thing in reality we can't deny, and that is that I am fucking beautiful. Oh my god. The one thing that Jesus taught us. What is that? This is interesting. This is an interesting bit of information. It is this salad. Let's get it, boys. Let's fucking get it. Man, I hope you guys are enjoying the self-development brain section of my life now. Yeah. After the physically being jagged, the next stage was mentally being jagged. Also, this like fucking learning and becoming like and becoming better. Finding thy true self. Thou shalt come to living in the situation. If you guys knew what I was doing, it would give you the heebie-jeebies.
XRP covers my stay.
I'm at a midlife glow up. Like, I get everything, you know. XRP, what is XRP?
Was able to leave
Theoretical
that experience
wet
with very low PTSD,
I recapitulate
even though he
every
went through
single
things
day.
that I
Oh my God, what is
can't possibly
recapitulation?
imagine. So what he said years later when he was asked how he survived so well, he said something deeply paradoxical. He said, I never lost faith in the end of the story, but at the same time, I never confused that faith with blind optimism. I confronted the brutal facts of my reality without ever giving up hope. And that mindset is now known as the Stockdale Paradox. It's studied in psychology and leadership and trauma recovery, even business. And what this is about is the art of reframing reality in a way that's
Theoretical wet
helpful
work.
without denying.
Crypto
So
stock.
in interviews, Stockdale was asked, sorry, I'm coming down with something. He was asked who didn't make it out of the camps. And he said, oh, that's easy. The ones who didn't make it out were the optimists. They were the ones who said, we'll be out by Christmas. And Christmas would come and Christmas would go. Then they'd say, we'll be out by Easter. And then Easter would come and go. And then Thanksgiving. And then eventually they would just roll over and die of a broken heart. So let that sink in. The people who died weren't the ones who faced the horror. They were the ones who couldn't reframe it. The ones who were insisting on a version of reality that wasn't happening, and they were clinging to their denial. And when the denial finally hits reality and they have no story or container to like contain that, they had nothing. And then their essentially their nervous system would shut down, and then they would die soon after. So Stockdale, on the other hand, he faced the truth. He never lied to himself about the situation. He never said, but Jesus is going to come save me. He didn't pretend he was fine, but he created a frame that was strong enough to hold all that suffering. He said over and over to himself, this is going to be a defining experience of my life. It's not going to break me. It's going to teach me. And that was his story, and his story saved his life. And so what Stockdale discovered is that real resilience doesn't come from blind positivity or rigid stoicism. It comes from holding two truths at once. This is brutal and this sucks, and this is shaping me. There's something of value here to me in the world. There's something to lean into. There's something to learn, things to witness, things to stand for, and being big enough to hold that paradox. And that paradox is the secret to surviving long periods of darkness. And for many of us who have left religion, or you've gone through loss or divorce or deconstruction or trauma, or you're just looking out at the world and the political environment that you're in, this paradox becomes crucial. Because if we deny the pain, we disconnect from ourselves and we end up in Delulu land. And when Delulu land doesn't match up to reality and reality hits it, then you'll lose everything. But if you drown in the pain, we lose the ability to find meaning. And then you're on the couch for 2 weeks crying and not reducing suffering in the world in the way that only you can. And so reframing is the art of doing both. Psychologist George Bonanno, who studies grief, I don't know if it's Bonanno or Bonanno. It's one of those words that I've only read, and so I actually don't know how to say it. You can correct me in the comments. But he's one of our major scientists on the study of grief. And he found...
Hey man, do you know some Pakistan channels have been unbanned in India?
that the people who are reinterpreting their suffering are the ones who are not only recovering from trauma, but growing after trauma. So it's not the event that
is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Health, it's the frame that you put around it. And so if someone has a good framework, they can withstand far more suffering and trauma than someone who doesn't have a frame that can withstand the harsh truths of reality. So you may not be a prisoner of war, you probably aren't, but you are a prisoner of something. So like, what's the camp that you're in this right now? And then what would it mean to say, this is a defining experience of my life. It will not break me. It will teach me, and something beautiful can come of this, where I will be glad that I chose life, and the world will be better for it too. Now, I didn't have a story like that in my nihilism. My nihilism took all of it. And yet now, everything good that I have in my life comes from being in that dark place and finding ways to reframe it. It's the place where I learned how to be honest with myself. I met myself so deeply that now my relationships with others are deeper. I found my voice. I found a calling that's meaningful to me. I created a career.
That's good.
Everything good that I have in my life came from the hardest thing that I've ever gone through. And it's just me. I'm not even being tortured. It's just me in bed with my thoughts. So maybe at this point you're thinking, isn't this just lying to myself? Isn't this exactly what religious people do? Telling themselves comforting stories that might not be true. What if I'm just deluding myself into feeling better? That resistance, that's not a sign that you're doing something wrong. It's a sign that you're stepping into agency. Because here's the truth. Your brain is already creating stories constantly. And do not think that you are so super rational that you are not living a story. Your brain is constructed through narrative. Your self-image is constructed through narrative.
I wish I could marry this woman.
Yeah. Well, man, Lily suggested this woman. She was like, bro, watch this. This is very...
It is choosing what to highlight and what to pay attention to and what to remember. And it is doing all of that without you. It is creating stories without you. So we may as well get into that process so that it can be a story that we actually want to live rather than just a story that comes from conditioning. So one of my favorite coaches, she does thought work. Her name is Carl Lowenthal. And she teaches that every human experience can be broken down to you have a thought, you have a feeling, you have an action, you have a result. And so let's take the experience of me getting fired. I was fired from my first job when I was, I think, was I 17? Yeah, I would have been 17 or 18. And it was my first big job, and it was a secretary at a law office. And it was like one of those cutthroat law offices downtown Phoenix. They were screaming at each other all the time. It was like super toxic, really big egos. And I was fired, I think, within a month or two. And my thought was, I'm not good enough. I'm stupid. This is so embarrassing. My feeling was shame and anxiety. My action was I withdrew, I avoided risk, and I also had, at the time, I had real chronic stomach issues that have now gone away, that were kind of based in anxiety. And so I had a lot of stomach issues, and then the result was it reinforced the belief that I was fragile and stupid and unfit for success. Now, over time, as you get older, I think a year or two later, I really worked on reframing that. And so I started to think that job was such a learning experience for me. It showed me that it's not aligned with who I am. It taught me where I thrive and I don't thrive. And then the feeling with that is just relief, self-compassion, self-understanding. The action is, well, I'm going to go in a different direction. I'm going to pursue more meaningful work. I got clarity on my strengths. And the result is I found a job that better fit me. I went to work with at-risk kids at a high school, and I loved that job when I was young. And so none of the facts of me getting fired changed. There isn't one that's more inherently true than the other. But the second one, the second reframing, gave me no stomach issues. It actually turned out that I was able to find a job that better suited me, where I was able to also be of service in the world in some way, which made the world a better place. And so both of these kind of thought patterns are true. The facts are still the same. The frame changed. And so the question isn't what is the truth, because I don't even know if humans are capable of having things like objective truths about reality. The question is, which version of the truth is going to serve your growth and your peace and your authenticity and help you to show up in the world in meaningful ways and yet is still true? So yes, religious people use reframing to avoid pain, but we're using reframing to move through it, to be able to hold it.
I got acquainted to Paul's work because I had him hypnotize me to get me out of this illness that required me to be on prescription medication.
Religious people might reframe with the goal of obedience or submission, but we're reframing with the goal of integrity and agency. And yes, sometimes people of faith do find meaning in suffering that helps them survive.
Which version
that doesn't
of the
make it
truth
faith,
goes hard?
it just makes them human. The difference is here, we're not outsourcing meaning to a higher power. We're choosing our meaning from the inside out with eyes wide open.
Yeah, it has to be like true, but like the reframing framing of it
the real
has to
reason
be
why
like
Trump getting elected this year didn't dysregulate me as much as it did last time is not because of more privilege. If anything, my financial situation is worse. The guardrails that seem to have been there last time are gone. I'm raising 4 kids in this. I'm seeing sometimes 5 nihilistic clients, nihilistic, what's the point kind of clients a day. It's a lot. But the reason that I have so much more emotional regulation now is because my story is built to withstand all of that. And I know what I'm doing. I'm laser focused on my own meaning and purpose and the ways that I'm fighting that authoritarianism, the ways that I can reduce suffering. I know my values. I know the story that I'm writing within that reality. I know what I witnessed and what I stand for. I know how I want to respond.
Lawyer and
because
a
that feels
therapist.
authentic to me.
So I don't know what she said about me. I'm pretty. I'm a master in theology, philosophy. She's done philosophy. American religion. I wrote the book No Nonsense. Best-selling book, No Nonsense Spirituality. She wrote a book, all the tools. If you're struggling with existential crisis, nihilism, and feeling lost and meaningless, on this channel you'll find weekly video and breaths provides practical science-based tools to help you navigate the void. Instead of relying on old gods and new age trends, she offers clear, actionable advice to find your way through the deep, challenging questions of life. That is a very correct assessment.
My motivation came back. My depression went away. My life got better. And not in a selfish, privileged way, like, oh, I choose joy, but also in a way that helps me engage in meaningful ways. So you don't really live your life. We are not that unbiased. You live the story that you tell yourself about your life. And that story shapes everything from the way that you love and the way that you grieve, the way that you get out of bed in the morning, your motivation, your body. And it's not just poetic or abstract.
Man, I have one doubt how to win a lucky draw using a drawer.
Survival. Our brains are prediction machines. So at its core, your brain is not just passively reacting to the world. We are not like pressing record on our brains. Our brains are actively predicting it. And so every second, your brain is running a complex simulation of what's about to happen next based on your past experiences, your cultural background, your beliefs, your core values, your personal story, your expectations. It's constantly asking, what's next? What does this mean? And how should I feel about it? It does this because prediction is efficient. It's how your brain saves energy and helps you be able to navigate life without being overwhelmed with every detail that's coming in at us all the time. So instead of building reality from scratch, your brain assumes and fills in gaps and anticipates outcomes. And we need to get this brain working with us rather than against us. The problem comes when the framework that you've been using to predict the world stops working. That's when things start to break down and feel terrifying. So if you were raised religious, your brain predicted comfort from prayer and moral clarity from scripture and eternal meaning and suffering. If you believed that hard work always leads to success, your brain organized use that to organize your future.
This is going to put me into an existential crisis.
No, this will take you out of
it. Conflict or abandonment. So when these stories fail, your predictions start misfiring. You pray and nothing happens. You work hard and someone who cheated gets the job. You love deeply, it doesn't fix things. And suddenly your brain is forced into this raw, chaotic present where its predictive model no longer matches reality and no longer works. And that's not just uncomfortable, that's an existential collapse for a brain. So when the brain's predictions no longer match reality, we have high anxiety. Something's wrong, I don't know how to fix it. High disorientation. Who am I if this isn't true anymore? What's going on? And often nihilism. Nothing is reliable, nothing is meaningful, therefore then nothing matters. And this is why so many people describe deconstruction as the rug being pulled out from under them, because that's literally what it is. It's a collapse of the mental model that gave you footing. So the reason this matters, it's not just like a neat little neuroscience fact. It can give us compassion for what we're going through and a path forward. You're not broken or failing. If you are in free fall, if you have no motivation, if you are shut down, your brain is doing exactly what it was built to do. It's realizing the model that it was working with wasn't matching reality, and it needs a new model. It needs a better story, one that better matches reality and still allows for meaning, and one that doesn't require old beliefs that no longer hold up. So nihilism isn't the end, which I wish I would have known when I was in it. It's the space where your brain is stripped from all these faulty predictions and now has the chance to build something much more honest, much more authentic, and much more stable. So how do we do this? We usually do this in 5 steps. 1, recognize the story that you're already working with. Some of my narratives would have been, if there's no truth and I'm a truth seeker, I'll become so existentially bored that I'll kill myself. Like, that was a thought that I was working with. And my brain was adjusting to an old framework. I got that thought from religion, because religion says you need to know what's true to build a life. So I started to grab all these thoughts to see what story my brain was telling so that I could see where I could work with things. The next part is to practice reframing. Is there another way to look at this without denying reality? So for me, that was just opening up the possibility. Is there another way to build a life where maybe I don't know what's true at all? Just opening up to that possibility. So I grabbed my thoughts where I could see the narratives my brain was working with, and then just like I did with the experience where I got fired, which is just like a really simple one, is there another way to look at it that's opening my brain up to the possibility?
Yes, that is the thing. That is the thing. That is the problem. That is the thing. Like, that is the whole fucking vibe. She is correct. Like, the reframing is not false. Like, you don't have to like false reframe. The reframe that you make, you are giving certain framings, okay, that you can only
Gandalf Gunman.
do.
That is the thing, Wilson.
That's the thing. Yes, that is the thing. Yes. Now. Yes, the reframing that is true is the right framing. Like, for example, reframing this situation like into a positive situation gives you more comfort and stuff. Yes.
Need some raw materials to work with to build your story. What we need for that are resonances. What are the quotes that speak out to you? What are the movies that you love? The characters that you gravitate towards? Before we can write a new story, we need to know what matters in that story. In other words, what are your core values? Your core values aren't just things that you like, they're the internal compass points that guide your decisions and shape your relationships and give you a sense of meaning. And they're what help us differentiate between something that's difficult and something that's actually misaligned. The people who survived best in places like concentration camps could define what their core values are. Every day I'm going to try to make someone laugh. Every day I'm going to try to survive because I want to see if this person is still alive. So maybe, love and loyalty. If they could define their core values and have it influence how they survive. When you're in nihilism, pick 3 core values, like just randomly out of nothing, that's analysis paralysis. But your core values are not something you choose, they're something that you discover. They've been with you all along. And so how do you discover what your true core values are? You start to look at 2 things. What made you proud of yourself, not just for the outcome, but how you showed up. Maybe it was a truth you told, maybe you walked away from something, maybe you extended some kindness when it wasn't expected. And then the other one is what deeply bothers you, what lights you up in anger or frustration or heartbreak. This one is less obvious, but just as important. So if betrayal makes your blood boil, loyalty maybe is a core value. If injustice feels unbearable, fairness or dignity might be central to you. If shallow conversations drain you, maybe you value depth and authenticity. So have to be ready to write your story yet, but we can gather and build your inner archive. What lights you angry, make you cry,
Wasim. Does anybody in the chat know what the video's about?
Oh, this is about how to survive when life feels pointless.
Or stir a longing that you can't quite name. What are the stories?
I think I gotta get a point in this
to
one.
you?
Like it's about like reframing, but the reframing has to be true as well. That is one of the things. Yes. Yeah, this is very, very important. Yeah.
Wasim. Wilson, do you wake up at night and sleep at day?
Yes.
Speak hello.
Hello, hey, give me a second.
Gandalf Gunman. Hello, speak. San Diego Superchargers. San Diego Chargers. San Diego Superchargers. San Diego Chargers. Charge. San Diego Superchargers. San Diego Chargers.
What the fuck?
San Diego Superchargers. San Diego Chargers. Charge.
Wait, give me a second.
Wasim. Are there any big differences between your stream and Emelix? Lily the Elder.
I don't think there are.
San Diego Superchargers. Chief Gotti. San Diego Chargers.
Hello, you don't need to write speak anymore. You have made it to this channel. How are you doing?
Songs, poetry, even TikTok.
Oh wait, I think this is Satan and the Arjun's other account.
You pause and think, yes, more of that.
Yes, LOL,
you don't have to
San
analyze
Diego
any of that yet,
Superchargers.
but you just gather it, kind of a.
Or are you a new person?
like a
No, you
digital
can't be a new
scrapbook or
person till you
private
use
Pinterest
speak.
board. They're not aesthetic choices. They're clues. They're breadcrumbs. They're how you start to notice your own internal compass, the one that has been muted under layers of shoulds and societal expectations.
Man, this woman is fucking epic. Dude, thank you so much, Darren, for introducing this woman to there is no bullshit, right? She just
OMG,
fucking
is it
straight
really
up
him?
saying,
Are you sure?
you see,
Lily the Elder. I haven't watched your stream while faded in so long. This is just like the good old days.
yeah, dude. It's like she talked about like the hippie hipster vibe people and stuff. There's just no bullshit in her tone, right? That's the reason. That's why she seems less pretentious. There's no bullshit in her tone. Like it's just like fucking right. Just the fact it's not some woo woo aha shit. Right? It is this. Right? Like there's no.
Wasim.
There's no.
Elderly Lily, are you really that old?
Yes, there is no fucking. Yes, that is very. I was trying to like figure it out. Like, what is the vibe?
Chief Gotti, yo, what's up, my man? Hope you're doing okay. Chief Gotti. Being in another dimension is tripping me out. Iftikakard. Hello, Mbek. Chief Gotti. What up, my boy? Lily the Elder. I love her. I'm so happy she has a YouTube channel, BC. I prefer it to her TikTok, where I found her. Can explore longer ideas and stuff. Iftikakard. Ballsec. Iftikakard. Ballsec. Iftikakard.
Like the
Ballsec.
like
Chief
the feeling you get.
Iftikakard. Ballsec.
Aw, Ballsec to you too.
Ballsec.
Yeah.
Wasim. It said Nenden Dundui you and Dund, are you egg or are you Iftikakard? Wasim.
Okay, so
putting happy
when
face
she
emoji?
tells you something, the feeling is, that makes sense, rather than that makes sense. It's more so, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It's not like a that really makes sense. There's a huge difference. I don't know how to explain it. That is the vibe. I really, and I like things that go like that makes sense. Yeah, like not like that does make sense. She's just right. She's just right, bro. Like, yeah, she's just right.
But I also research story arcs, heroine's journey, hero's journey, wounded healer, phoenix story, other ways that people have created meaning even in hardship. And then the next part, part 4, is actually writing your story, that no matter what is going on in the world, no matter what happens to you, this is my character. This is what I'm creating.
Lily
This is
the
what I'm
Elder.
witnessing. This is what I'm building.
Add
This
the
is what I'm
chat.
growing.
Oh yeah. I haven't added the chat. Yes, thank you so much for letting me know.
Lily the Elder. To OBS.
Yes.
San Diego Superchargers. San Diego Chargers. San Diego Superchargers. San Diego Chargers. Charge. San Diego Superchargers. San Diego Chargers. San Diego Superchargers. San Diego Chargers. Charge. San Diego Superchargers. San Diego Chargers. San Diego Superchargers.
As your man.
Charge. San Diego Superchargers. San Diego Chargers. San Diego Superchargers. San Diego Chargers. Charge. Wasim. Stop egg unless you are at said Nenden Dundu eat you and done. Lily the Elder. As your manager. Okay, I'm just gonna say it one time. San Diego Superchargers.
Okay, good. Good to know. San Diego Superchargers, San Diego Superchargers, San Diego Superchargers, Superchargers, yeah, Superchargers,
IMA_scumbag. What's up, y'all? Chief Gotti. San Diego Supercharged.
What's up? I'm a scumbag.
Scumbag. Wilson, do you like ketchup?
We listen to some jazz, right? And chill out for a bit. Drinking from the chalice of love and life. San Diego Superchargers. Clean my desk as well. It's bothering me.
Why did you have to go and drop yourself into a diner? I just wanted to have some fun. Now I'm left here eating this ice bar beside my 45 caliber gun.
Bro. Will Satnam and Arjun come back?
Calories lost in the sun. All except England under machine gun. life. Chargers, San Diego Superchargers, San Diego Chargers, Charge, San Diego Superchargers, San Diego Chargers, San Diego Superchargers, San Diego Chargers, Charge.
Get up, rush me down.
Racine. Wilson, I would like to know. Have you seen at said Menden Dundu each you and done?
Yes. Miss at said.
Racine. Is the stream being choppy for anyone other than me?
The stream is being choppy. I think it could be the internet.
Racine. I guess no one else is watching, just me and Wilson. Hey Wilson, has today also been a weird vibe or it's normal?
It's been normal.
Shiva. No choppiness for me. What is choppiness though? Buffer? Thinking face. Racine. Not buffering, but just random pausing for a few seconds, then coming back.
Oh. I think it should be fine now.
Shiva. No choppiness for me then. Racine. Wilson, will you juggle and guitar later?
Probably.
Maybe juggle and play guitar together, faced with open mouth, slightly smiling faces.
मेरा नाम करतलैन है और मेरा ताल्लुक लाहौर शहर से है। मेरे 3 बच्चे हैं, मेरे हस्बैंड होते हैं और मैं होती हूँ। मैं कोई और कंपनी के मसाले यूज़ करती थी, उसमें वो टेस्ट नहीं आता था। जब से ये मसाले शान के मैंने यूज़ करना है तो मैं ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट लेके वैसे कुकिंग मेरे हस्बैंड पसंद करते हैं बेका। ऐसे तो मेरे हाथ पे उनको सब कुछ ही बना हुआ अच्छा लगता है, लेकिन कौरमा जब मैं बनाती हूँ स्पेशली तो वो मुझे ये कहते हैं कि जैसे मुझे पुराने जैसे अनारकली वगैरह साइड्स पे जाए उस तरह मुझे लगता है कि जैसे कौरमा उस टेस्ट का बनवा है। और सिर्फ आप मसाला दही में शान का आग डाल लें तो आपको किसी मसाले की जरूरत। सिर्फ फैमिली मेंबर्स को पसंद है, मेरे हस्बैंड मेरे बच्चे, क्योंकि शान मसाले के साथ उसकी खुशबू जायका ना अच्छा और परफेक्ट होता है कि किसी और चीज की जरूरत ही नहीं है।
I ate a bunch of carbs today. But it's okay. So far, how I will reframe today is, and in a truthful way, like instead of like going with the explanation that it's been a wasted day, reframe it. Wasted in the sense of okay, actually have not made a video. Okay. But the reframing is that like the one that I would have made would have been would have sucked at this, because right now the productive work is what's more productive is finding an approach to where we're going. Okay, and I think I'm getting getting the approach in my head, and yeah, and it's gonna be wonderful. The yes. So what I've realized is the type of videos that or like the people that I like are more so no nonsense type people. Yes. Right. Or the type of videos that I watch. So I feel like there is an audience of people. If I am an audience of this, then there are people that are audiences of this. Now, what it comes to making something like this, would it be fun for me? Selling it like it is. That would be expressive. That would be like true expression, because then you would have understood it, you have understood that thing, and then you are going with the alright, yes. It is. It is. I'm kind of tuned out a little bit. Not tuned, not out, tuned inwards a little bit. I'm not looking at it meditatively right now. I'm just thinking about other stuff. I'm thinking about content. I'm thinking about what type of videos I wanna make now and stuff. And I think I'm figuring it out. Getting very close to it. When you recognize the truth, but they are gonna hit the shoulders. Seems to be the right direction. Oh my god. Shouldn't have touched my eyes. I go.
close our eyes and our monitors exclusively. We start with the science, and then we can sort of tweak things accordingly if we want to. So this image is obviously super, super blue. We can go into the highlights. We can see, wow, it's way down here. So in order to counteract that, we're just going to take the highlight wheel, pull it up, be as centered as possible. That's looking pretty good. We go to the midtones. Again, it's way over towards the blue. We're going to center it a little bit. Go down here. This looks pretty good, but
Okay, so let's now color correct this again, but using this guy's video instead of the other one.
And you just...
The first thing you're gonna add is... No, not this. All of this. Actually no, nothing. I'm gonna go to this and like start a new one. That one had some adjustments and stuff, which I think did not go with the flow. New project. I don't know if I'm gonna upload this, but I just want this to be like, I just want this to look good. So we're gonna rename this. Label node with exposure. A good shot.
Okay, so let's get started color correcting. I personally like to start with exposure. And in order to best color correct our footage, we're not just going to rely on our eyeball's waveform. Wait, come back! I know that it seems here is your midtones and these are your shadows. So a super bright image will have the waveform way up at the top. And as you can see, this image is really bright. And then a super dark image, all of the information will be at the bottom of the waveform. And you can see in here that this is a very dark image. This line at the very top represents where your image is super overexposed and it's clipping, which means that there's no more information there and you won't be able to recover that, and it'll just be pure white. And, you know, as you can see, there are parts of it right here that are going over, and, you know, it represents certain parts of her face or the wall, and that's bad. It looks bad and you don't want to do that. Similar at the bottom, the very bottom line means that you have clipped the blacks, and that means it's pure black. So these parts of the image are all clipped and there's no information there, it's just pure black. There are a ton of different ways you can adjust the exposure and resolve, but for me, I'm going to stick with the wheels, which are these things right here. You've got your lift, your gamma. Think of these as your shadows, your midtones, and your highlights. Wheel bars down, and if you want to reset your image, you just go to this little reset all button. So for me personally, I'm going to take the gain, which is the highlights, and I usually like it to live somewhere around 896.
Okay, so gain somewhere around 896. Okay.
So I'm going to just kind of pull it up there, just pull it up a little bit. And for the shadows, you basically want it to be hovering just above the 0 so that none of them are crushed and you still have a little bit of information there. When you tweak one of the values, it affects all of them, so you might have to do a little bit of back and forth until you get the exposure and the contrast that you want. When you're working with the highlights and the gain, there might be certain parts of your image that blow out a little bit, such as windows or bright lights or something like that, and that's totally fine. You want to just use common sense and focus on the areas that are most important for your image. You can also just adjust the midtones as you see fit, you know, just kind of see what works best for you. I'm going to put mine somewhere right there. Okay, so now we have a generally well exposed image. You can click the bypass color button to disable the grade, and you can bask in the glory of all of your work. So basically, to summarize for exposure, you want to use your waveform to make sure that your highlights are just around 896, but not going above the clipped line at the top. And your shadows, you want to live somewhere just above 0, with the midtones being somewhere in between whatever you think looks best. So now let's move on to white balance. The tool that I like to use to monitor white balance in post is called the vector scope. And to access it, you just go down here, select vector scope, and if you want to see it bigger, you can just click this expand button. And basically, this is the color value of your image. It shows you the different colors of light and how much they're represented in your image. For instance, you have yellow, red, magenta, blue, cyan, and green. This is the color value of your image, and you basically want it to be as centered as possible. See, if I make it more green, the value goes over to green, and if I make it more red, for instance, you can see that the white moves up to the red part of the vector scope. So let's try to balance this image. There's a tool called the eyedropper, which you can select and try to choose something. That's white, and click it, and sometimes it works. Maybe it'll give you a nice little starting point, but for this, we're going to just do it the old-fashioned way. So before getting colored, we are going to add a new node. We're going to
add node.
right click, we're going to go to add node, add serial, and
serial? How does it do that? What was the serial node? How does it do that?
And then it's going to add a new one right afterwards. But for this, we're going to just do it the old-fashioned way. So before getting colored, we are going to add a new node. We're going to right-click, we're going to go to Add Node, Add Serial.
Ah, okay.
And then it's going to add a new one right afterwards. And since we're diligent professional color correctors, we are going to label all of our nodes. This is color. Color, and we're going to go to our vector scopes, open them up a little bit, and we're going to choose our shadows. So this looks pretty balanced. It's looking a little towards the red and the magenta.
I'm going to open up the vector space, low end.
So we are going to bring it down just a little tiny bit with our wheel there. Get it somewhere a little bit closer to the middle. That's looking pretty good. Towards the red and the magenta. So we are going to bring it down just a little tiny bit with our wheel there. Get it somewhere a little bit closer to the middle. That's looking pretty good. We're going to switch over to the midtones here. That's skewing a little bit yellow and a little bit green, so just inch it over towards the right just a little bit. And then our highlights, which it's a little bit hard to see when the image is this flat. There's not a lot of color yet, which we're going to adjust in a later step. But I can tell that it's a little yellow and a little green, so we're just going to move it just a little tiny bit over. There's not a lot of color yet, which we're going to adjust in a later right just a little bit. And then our highlights, which it's a little bit hard to see when the image is this flat. There's not a lot of color yet, which we're going to adjust in a later step. But I can tell that it's a little yellow and a little green, so we're just going to move it just a little tiny bit over. All right, so we're going to go up here. We're going to Command D, and you can kind of see it makes it a little bit more balanced. There are a ton of different ways you can color balance your image.
Oh my
This is just
God.
one option for you. So moving on, we can add another node after the color. We're going to go to Add Node, Add Serial. We're going to right click, change the node label, and call this one Saturation. And this one is going to add just a little bit more color since it's looking still a little bit flat. So we are going to go to the saturation wheel down here and just bump it up until it's looking pretty normal. So that looks good. We're going to disable that. You can see that it adds a little pop of color. You can click the bypass color grade and see that this is looking like a pretty dang good image. We can go back to our vector scope and just double check that the color is still balanced on our color node, of course. And yeah, I mean, you can kind of just go back and just like tweak things just a little bit to see with this new little bit magenta. You know, we can just sort of, you might just need to kind of nudge it a little bit. And another thing you can do is you can go to the temperature and the tint. So this will make things bluer a little bit to see with this new level of saturation how things are looking. You might just need to kind of nudge it a little bit. And another thing you can do is you can go to the temperature and the tint. So this will make things bluer or warmer.
Okay, so basically democracy basically means that you have to make it go to 0. Tend to make it go to 0. Increase the color, but then we go back here and see where has everything been, where is everything going now. And add a bit of temperature into it, which I'm liking it over here. Here and over here and highlight, we're gonna bring them a little bit down over here. That looks pretty good. That has preserved more detail in the thing.
Okay.
That's obviously a little bit extreme, or it'll make it greener or more magenta. You know, we can just sort of fiddle around a little bit just to see what looks good. But to me, this is looking like a pretty good image. If you want to, you can add yet another node. I'm going to add a serial node. I'm going to label this one, and I'm going to call it contrast. And like everything else, there's a ton of different ways you can add contrast. The easiest way is just to use the contrast wheel down here, and you just raise the contrast. And will do that again. Undo. So when you raise the contrast, you can see and you get a more lives on the waveform. It doesn't change the contrast, it just moves it up and down. So if you wanted to make your image the same amount of contrast but make it a little darker, you can just lower the pivot a little bit, and you see our image is looking really good. So again, we're going to bypass the color grade. You can see how flat it was, and then you turn it on.
Then you add some contrast. Add a node, add a serial node. Call this one, label it as contrast. It's already adding a bit of detail.
Wow, what a beautiful image. We are such good colorists. Let's say that we have an image like this. Whoa! Looks like we screwed up the white balance when we were shooting this. So we gotta fix it. So we're gonna take this one, we're going to name this one exposure, even though the exposure on this one looks pretty okay for right now. We're going to add another node, a serial node. We're going to call this one color, since this is what we have to work on the most. So we're going to pull up the vector scope. Remember, when we color correct, we don't trust our eyes and our monitors exclusively. We start with the science, and then we can sort of tweak things accordingly if we want to. So this image is obviously super, super blue. We can go into the highlights, we can see, wow, it's way down here. So in order to counteract that, we're just going to take the highlight wheel, pull it up. We want it to be as centered as possible. That's looking pretty good. We go to the midtones. Again, it's way over towards the blue. We're going to center it a little bit. Go down here. This looks pretty good, but we can tell that the exposure is a little bit off. And how do we know that? We go to the waveform. You can see that it's kind of skewing a little towards the bottom. So we're going to lift the gamma just a little bit. We're going to lift the highlights a little bit. And remember I said sometimes things will clip. Obviously there's a bright window with sunlight streaming in. That's to be expected, so we're fine with that. But we're going to raise the exposure just a little bit. Bring down the shadows a touch. And we can go back to our color now and see how it's looking.
You're going to bring it to the middle.
More detail.
Looking. So we're here in the shadows, skewing a little warm, a little towards the yellow, so we're gonna bring it back. Now we board and just do something a little bit to invert it. And in order to do that, you click this button. And so now it's selecting all of the area that's outside of the window. And in order to bring a vignette, we're just going to bring down the exposure just a little bit in the midtones and the highlights and the shadows. You can feather out, zoom out a little bit, you can feather out the vignette so that it is a little bit more natural. Make it a little bit bigger there. You can go back and you can make adjustments. You can raise the contrast a little bit, change the pivot. And yeah, so before, after, before, after. It's even looking a little warm, but you can turn that down a little bit. Overall, I think it's a big improvement over what we began with. Okay, so we've got a great, well-exposed image. The color balance looks nice, but then guess what? You go to the next shot and uh-oh, it doesn't match. These two shots are not going to cut together and nobody is going to like your film. So we have to make them match. A quick and dirty way to do this is to highlight the clip that you want to grade, hold the control button, and then select the clip you're trying to match. And then you go up to the menu and click Shot Match to this clip. And it will do an automatic color grade, and it actually looks pretty good. These two are going to cut together just fine. It's looking a little bit dark, but we're working on it. We're going to label this one. Comments on things you would do differently or any other tips that you might have, feel free to leave.
Okay.
So you watched my last video and you learned how to color correct your footage so that it's neutral and balanced. If not, pause this and go watch that video real quick. Okay, great. So you watched that video, but now you want to learn how to add a bit of pizzazz to your videos. That's where color grading comes in. Join me as we learn some advanced color techniques. First things first, you want to decide contextually what you want to convey through the grade. We don't just make our images look cool for cool's sake. We try to decide what we want to convey through the grading process. So let's take a look at our shot and see how we can add to this story with our color choices. Now, we have to ask ourselves, what kind of film is this? Is it a drama? Is it a comedy? And also, what is the purpose of this scene? So for our case, let's say that this is a high tension drama. So let's just brainstorm a few words that might come to mind for something like this. For instance, dark, cold, drama, gritty, shadowy. These are all actionable adjectives that we can actually incorporate into the grade. So, all right, enough talk. Let's jump in. This shot was shot in what's called log, which is a more standard baseline node on our node tree. And so the next node that I'm going to add a serial node before, and we're going to name this one exposure. This is the way to go. So for this image, I think it's probably a little too bright right now. This node is LUT. So as you can see, it's a conversion LUT to transform our video from the very flat log to a profile that's got a more standard baseline like Rec 709, which just adds more contrast and saturation to your footage to make it look more, quote, normal. The order that you put your nodes in is also really important. Each node affects everything that precedes it. I'm going to put the conversion LUT at the very end, since it clamps down our contrast, our dynamic range, and our color. And we want to make sure that all of our adjustments are before that, because we'll have access to the most amount of information. So for this one, we're going to set it with a conversion LUT, slog3 to Rec 709, and we are going to label our node LUT. So as you can see, when we toggle this on and off, it kind of just gets us to a more contrasty place, a little bit less flat, and it's just kind of a nicer starting point for our grade. And just to remind you, all of the adjustments we're going to do are going to be before this LUT. This will be the final node on our node tree. And so the next node that I'm going to add a serial node before, and we're going to name this one exposure. Probably a little, yeah, I mean that looks good for now. We're going to come back to that and revisit it in a second. But so you can make your image brighter or darker while maintaining the same isolate. I think it just kind of adds a nice cinematic touch to the image. And we are going to call this, let's call it ceiling. So to make a power window, you go down to this red dot when the little pen tool appears, and just feather the window out so that it's not quite so harsh and drastic. So now we have this little part of the image selected, and if you want to see which part of the image you're working with, you can go up here to the little magic wand highlight tool and click it, ceiling. Super powerful. You can do skin tone of our character without affecting all the stuff around it that might happen in a window. See if you go, and what we can do is go to the qualifier panel here. And when you do that, what's going to pop up is a little eyedropper in the viewer, and you go to the skin and just choose it and go back to the highlight tool, and then you can see what it's choosing. There's a lot of different parts of the image that are being affected by this. So you can go down here and just refine it, you know, play around with the sliders, see how you can get it to be just the skin, play with the softness panels, really just like a lot of these things. I'm going to use a circle, and it's doing just, you know, do overboard, interprets all, so it's good to just have a nice your note. Okay, so in the last tutorial we learned how to make our image a neutral baseline.
Ritvik Kumar. Good morning, sweet dreams.
How are you doing?
Ritvik Kumar. Just woke up, did nothing yesterday, making coffee, getting started. Ritvik Kumar. The birds and bees are going about their business, so must I.
So must you. That is true. Okay. I know it.
But now we're color grading. So we want to add some emotion to our image here. In the beginning, we brainstormed some adjectives to apply to our grade. I think it was dark, skin tone, imperceptible, non-digital look to your footage.
Brought to life in the hands of a skill colorist. But how do you become a skill colorist? Well, good news is that you're in the right place. If you stick with me for an hour or so, I will show you exactly how to get. And if you have done, you'll know everything there is to know about the color page in DaVinci Resolve, where all the tools are.
And is very good. Actually helped my mother filter out the nonsense spirituality.
And generally how to use them. I'll talk to you a little bit about the difference.
Yeah, you gotta like replace it as
color
well.
grading, and I'll also walk you through my process of going from a program like Premiere Pro, doing a clean out as an editor, bringing that into DaVinci Resolve, doing your color correction and color grade, sending it back to the editor for them to do the final compile and to send it off to a very happy client. Now, this video is of course brought to you by Envato Elements. Envato Elements is a really easy to use subscription service that gives you unlimited downloads to millions of digital assets, including stock photography, stock footage, music, sound effects, great fonts, video templates for DaVinci Resolve, Premiere Pro, After Effects, and many more. And as well as that, we're talking about paid version, but most of this is in the free version. And any of the tools that I do use in the paid version, they're nice to have, they don't need to have, so you can definitely follow along the free version here. I'll do my best to point out where I'm using a tool that I know is in the paid version, but I might miss a few, so bear with me. When you first open DaVinci Resolve, you're greeted with this. So I'm going to treat you as if you've never used this before. So if you have used when you browse and navigate, if you're familiar with the wheel down here, it is. Now, you can drag this down into the media pool tab here and start color, start again. So what I'm going to show you is a very typical workflow for me in particular, and countless other colorists and editors. Basically, if you've got an editor who's worked in another program, say Premiere Pro, and they've done their edit and it's now coming to you as the colorist to complete the color correction and color grade, and then after that you'll send it back to them to finalize. There's a couple of really easy tricks that you can do in DaVinci Resolve to help with that workflow. Effectively, what we need to do is ask our editor for a clean out, which is basically their entire edit with no graphics, with no LUTs, with nothing else on it other than the footage cut into the final edit. How do we get those cuts into here so we can grade every clip individually? I'm going to show you how to do that right now. On this clip here, which is our full edit, we right click and we go Scene Cut Detection. From here, it opens up the Scene Cut Detection window, and automatically, if you hit Auto Scene Detect, it's going to go through and find all of your cuts. Now, the way you can see if this has worked, if you click over here and just use your mouse arrows up and down to go through the different cuts, you want to make sure the 2 frames on the right-hand side, these 2 frames here, are identical, and the 1 frame on the left-hand side is different. And that denotes where it has actually detected that there is a cut and has made that cut for you. So we're going to keep going down through this and make sure all of those are identical. And they are identical. You can also scrub through it as well, just to make sure things have actually worked. I know specific... Let's move over to the color grading tab. Now, if you're not familiar with the color grading window, what I'm going to do briefly is walk you through it, get an image for your footage. There's going to be a lot smarter people who can tell you exactly how a lookup table works, and it's quite interesting, but for the sake of this, it's applying I guess a predetermined look to your footage. So one way to use them really effectively is in the color correction process. Look, so this footage I shot actually a few years ago with Hayden here, who, look, but I'm going to reset that no grade there. You can see if I run my mouse over a bunch of these different ones, you're going to get different effects depending on what we're going for. These ones are all built into DaVinci Resolve. These ones down here are actually some LUTs that I got from Envato Elements. Now, Envato Elements, there's plenty on there and there's a lot of great content. It's going to be very interesting.
As a video creator, our biggest enemy is time, and something that takes up a lot of time is color grading.
Here to color correct and then color grade from scratch. And we want to do more than just slap a one-size-fits-all correction over the image. So we'll move on from the LUTs section here. We'll keep Hayden's smiling face up here. Media pool is just that. It's exactly what we saw over here on the media tab, but it's easily, conjunction with your highs. And now look, I don't ever, as you were, that, if we're trying to capacity of, now scopes can be a little bit intimidating when you very important. So, but if I push up and down, it's actually not going to the top of the graph. So you would say, all right, well, I'm on the left here, so therefore it's on the left in the waveform, and I'm on the right here, so therefore it's on the right in the waveform. You would think maybe, all right, well, if I'm at the bottom here, see that hitting that line into red. Hero frame that we're going to use throughout, and it's basically this first frame here. So if I make a big change here on the left, that's Control L and then skin, and this one I'm going to call ambience. Ambience there, and then that gets mixed into the layer mixer here. I'm going to add another node here, Option S, and that's going to be called we're going to call that. And then finally, after that, we're going to do our effects. So call this. This is my basic structure. So I start off with balance. I actually don't balance. So the primaries, color wheels, this is how it works in terms of pull down and spatial noise reduction. The unlink, and we'll push the chroma up to like, crazy with it, because I'll show you what happens if we do. We kind of get, milk hands, baby skin. But if we pull this back to say, I don't know, let's say, 20 or so, negative 20. I'll show you with 0 and then negative 20. It's subtle, but it's definitely there. You don't want to go too far with it because you can really motion. So what? All right, so the matrix looking thing here to this beautiful vibrant piece of footage, beautiful skin tones. The produce looks nice and
नया लाइफ बॉय लेमन फ्रेश विद मल्टीविटामिन्स बदबू पैदा करने वाले जरासीम से लड़े और रखे आपको दिन भर फ्रेश.
Building AI agents that can speak is now easier than ever.
Hi, what would resources for Learning Fusion? This is courses, tools, templates, all the things that you would need. That's available right now. You can get it for free if you click on the card right there. Let's keep going. All right, now we're going to talk about the color page. In the work files, if you open up a timeline, if you go to the Min5 color page, double click on color page start, that's where I'm going to be starting from. You can just open that like it at all grades and dive in and start. Now, just knowing what we know, only learning 3 different controls here in the tips. Right click, go to input color space, Blackmagic Design, Pocket 6K is, and that we'll probably need that on every clip. Let's talk about the smartest way to put this on every.
J_True One. Where is Wilson?
I'm right here. Just getting some food.
He's getting angrier. I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it. Well, I hope for the sake of Trump's this tweet. Why, genuinely, why the is he posting like this? Not gonna lie. Was brought in and puffed Trump, like Doge was literally, Trump was like, yeah, we're going to set up Doge. It's going to be this like official office that won't have a real official office. It won't be a real official branch of government, but we're going to give our two special boys, Elon and Vivek, you know, the ability to like fix the budget. Elon was given like a little sandbox to play in as a reward for using his money to help Trump win. Did Vivek ever do anything? No, he was kicked out before Doge was founded. They were going to do a podcast. Is it really about the cuts getting codified? Okay, dude, if you were Elon, wouldn't you be mad? Imagine for a second that you're a gullible idiot with more money than God, okay? You dedicate months to get Trump elected. You campaign for him, you push misinformation online for him, you meet constantly with him and his advisors and his constituents to get him elected. You run Twitter with a bias towards the right, turning it into a Nazi shithole, to bias its information towards him. You pay out large amounts of money to right-wing blue check users because they spread misinfo more reliably that way, if there's like a financial incentive. You do all of this And then Trump's like, okay, as a reward for you helping me, you get to do the thing you said you could do. You get to use your big genius brain to cut the government budget and finally balance the books. You get in, it turns out no one likes you, none of the people in Trump's cabinet like you, none of the people who work in the White House like you, no Republican senators or congressmen like you, everyone finds you annoying, nobody likes your trick where you balance the fork on the other fork, nobody likes the fact that you show up high to work all the time, and eventually, after you fail to secure by a massive margin a victory with the Wisconsin Supreme Court race, even though you were handing out $1 million lotteries in the state, you dejectedly get ousted from the inner cabinet. It's very clear no one there respects you anymore, even though you have so much money. You have so much money, but it didn't win you that Supreme Court seat at the state level. It hasn't won you any respect. And also, Doge is barely turning up anything. Everyone's picking at you. Everyone's making fun of you. You haven't managed to find any actual cases of fraud, even though you've been upturning every branch of the administrative state. Judges keep stopping you. And finally, eventually, after altercations that apparently lead to shouting matches between you and people like, Besant or whatever, you leave. Trump gives you his golden Reddit key for $2 that he bought off Alibaba. And then you realize, after looking through the details of the one big bill that gets that it codifies none of your cuts. I mean, he should suffer sizing himself. I mean, Jesus, man, like this is a pretty strongly worded tweet. He's calling out basically every single member of the House who's Republican plus Trump. Do you think Elon will cause any sort of rift? I think so. There are people who are like hardline Elon supporters. I hope he continues with this, It's happened recently enough that I don't think any media on it would be doing anything other than just covering the tweet we've looked at.
The split between Elon Musk and President Trump appears to be deepening. Musk taking to social media today.
Oh, Carolyn Levitt was asked about it.
And something that just crossed Caroline. How mad do you think President Trump is going to be when he finds out that Elon Musk said, "I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination."
Carolyn, think fast.
Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong, you know it.
Look, the president already knows where Elon Musk's bill. It doesn't change. One big, beautiful bill, and he's sticking to it. Yep.
She's actually quite good. I think that people lump her. She handles. Is she? Yes, it's obvious. Like watch her parry everything that comes at her for like 5 minutes. Yeah, she's quite good. Much, much, much better than any of the press secretaries who work for Biden, I'll tell you that much.
So another crack between Elon Musk of Doge and Donald Trump, who just days ago, when he gave him his goodbye, said very nice things about him. But now, Elon Musk posted something on X extremely critical of the president's mega bill, and Caroline Levitt, the White House press secretary, was just asked about it at the White House press briefing. Take a listen.
How mad do you think President Trump is going to be when he finds out that Elon Musk said this? I'm sorry.
NBC's Vaughn Hilliard. So it's either one big beautiful bill or it's a disgusting abomination. Maybe Donald Trump doesn't care that Elon Musk says that. What do you make of this?
Right.
If Trump finds out.
Dismissing Elon Musk's criticisms of it, but also...
You know that bit from Disney's Hercules? Hades going to be so mad when he hears that he survived? If he finds out. That's any time Stephen Miller learns something that would make Trump upset. If is good.
She was asked specifically about the comments of Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson and Kentucky Senator Rand Paul, two longtime allies of the president who have echoed the criticisms of Elon Musk, saying that in its current form that they are hard-nosed and that there is no way that they will vote for this reconciliation package under the...
So far, it does seem like the bill in its current form is not getting through the Senate. Senators are a lot harder to move than congresspeople because they only get reelected once every 6 years. There are a lot of
After a season which saw early exits, exciting comebacks and record attendances...
Republican senators who probably correctly recognize that they might not even come up for re-election before Trump dies of old age. Like, some of them won't be getting re-elected until after 2028. So, like, how do you move them? They're not really as susceptible to immediate influence. They also represent a whole state rather than just a district, so they're more concerned about the effect that, say, the Medicaid cuts would have, because that's a statewide thing.
Circumstances that the Congressional Budget Office is estimating that it would add $3.8 trillion to the deficit over the next 10 years. And that is where some of the criticism, as Rand Paul has suggested, is that he wants a clean tax cut bill to be passed by this Congress. But what you see in this bill is $150 billion extra for border enforcement and for mass deportation efforts, another $150 billion to go towards the military. And that's where some of these concerns about spending are going to make the passage of this bill very complicated, because you have Josh Hawley on the other side who's...
Where the fuck are you recording this that you hear that? Aren't you in a studio?
Been criticizing the cuts to Medicaid, and of course you have Lisa Murkowski, who has several different issues with it, and they can only afford, if every Democrat votes against it, as is anticipated, they can only afford to lose 3 Republican senators, and right now it's people like Ron Johnson, who, you gotta go back to 2020, and...
I hope Palantir's in the same bill as the cuts to Medicaid, Medicare? No. The deal with Palantir's already gone through. That doesn't need to go through a bill. That's just contracting for the federal government.
He was delivering alternative slate of electors. This is somebody who has been a close ally to the president, who is suggesting that he could seek to try to kill this. Because if
I'm going to interrupt you for just a second, because Elon Musk has followed up. So I want to read this to you, Vaughn. He says it will massively increase the already gigantic budget deficit to $2.5 trillion, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, something Donald Trump likes, and burden American citizens with crushingly unsustainable
Yes.
debt. I mean,
he's
okay. Man,
Gavin the Maker. Wow.
I'm gonna go gym now.
Gavin the Maker. What have you learned?
A lot, man. I've found like new friends. I've found my wife through streaming. I've learned to physically be better. Like lost a ton of weight, got all jacked and stuff. In fact, I'm going to the gym right now. I'll take you guys with me. And mentally, I've been just like working on nowadays just like, you know, figuring out myself a little bit more and the type of content that I want to make. I mean, it's been hard as well, obviously. I'm mainly live on YouTube, and I have like 84,000 subscribers, but restoration video and YouTube thought I was showing guns, so building a very new channel but continuing on the stream to Twitch and stuff. Yeah, so it's been like hard navigating and stuff, and it's been hard it's been hard being myself, but like, yeah. Oh yeah, I stream on a server, so when electricity goes out, it goes to a server that has a be right back screen. And for sleeping, I put up like a time lapse of the window and the sun and everything. It's all live. That
as well.
Gavin the Maker, what's your #1 life lesson?
I think just being authentic and being yourself, and everything just works out. And if you're not yourself, you gotta figure out yourself. You gotta like figure things out.
Rolling Graves. Is that time-lapse show from real time? Or
It is real time. It is real time. Like you can see how the day goes by on it, right? I'm gonna get ready for the gym now.
DC 5 owners. I agree. DC 5 owners. Cheers. DC 5 owners. Hated.
Yeah, I am a little faded, but not like a lot now. Well, Kevin, I hope you stick around and stuff. I'll be happy to be here. This place is where you can chill out and have a conversation with someone at any time. Now I have a new YouTube thing going on. It's got like 300 something subscribers. Go to the YouTube and subscribe if you want to. Yeah. Try to monetize it.
DC 5 owners. Same. Lizzie Gobbler. Wilson, come back. Lizzie Gobbler. Wilson is pooping again.
Come back. I am here.
Glizzy Gobbler. Redeem Glizzy. Glizzy Gobbler. Fart, fart, fart.
Okay, let's get ready to go. Oh wait, we gotta wait for a charger.
Oscar. The artist's yes way.
Oh man, dude, I have been going through some transcendence and stuff in the past few days. How have you guys been?
Oscar, is it destruction times 5?
It is destruction times 5.
Lizzie Gobbler. Transcending space and time?
Yes.
Oscar. Man, I've been in another dimension myself.
Yeah. Just fucking I found this lady on YouTube, no nonsense spirituality lady. Fucking very good.
Lizzie Gobbler. We are doing really good. Just balancing life and keeping on.
Hell yeah. Must keep on it.
DC 5 owners. I will never be the same after losing my uncle 4 months ago. DC 5 owners. We moving forward.
I mean, you can never be the same, man.
DC 5 owners. Everything.
But yeah, don't minimize the experience. You got this, DC 5 owners. I believe in you.
DC 5 owners. Yes, after losing a loved one. DC 5 owners. We must grow.
The wind rises.
DC 5 owners. A man. DC 5 owners. God gives us another day to live. DC 5 owners. Never commit suicide.
Yes, everything is gonna see alright.
The other setup, it looked darker. DC 5 owners. Free Crypt Mac on 5.5 to the 5.5.
DC5 owners. Crip Mac will be out of prison in 5 years. DC5 owners. More or less give or take. Oscar. Bring the general home 5 Christmas.
All right. I think we're in. Yeah. We're in. Okay, wait. I gotta poop.
DC5 owners. We are back in business, boys.
Alright, I'm gonna cancel the, I'll just pause it. Oh man. Sorry, did it drop? I don't know why it's dropping like that. No, it is. I guess devices have a mind of their own that we will never know. So if I'm live, I don't want to explain the whole thing again.
DC5 owners.
But yeah, it wasn't to explain anybody.
DC5
it was
owners.
myself.
Livestream good now.
Oh man. I'm
DC5
sorry.
owners.
Just
good job at the job, bro.
Good job at the job. Hell yeah.
DC5 owners. At the gym.
Okay, today is shoulders. No, I'm going to the gym. I'm not. I did. Now we're at the gym.
DC5 owners. G.
GG.
DC5 owners. Good job going to the gym at Mr. Wilson is always live is what I mean.
Oh, thank you. Never missed a single day. Okay. I'll keep checking. We gotta know the source as well as to why this happens actually. Alright. I'm mute for a while because of the copyright music. But I don't think it's much. It affects and stuff. Alright, we're gonna go for 10, but like let's just be safe. $20 more.
Sin. Amen. It's true. Ah.
We are now just the last set. The one. Bye bye. आ जा
was seen.
अच्छा
Was seen.
जय भाई अब
Do you have earphone in to hear chat?
Yes, yes, I will. हाँ प्लेट प्लेट और रिवर्स Alright, so we have to do the plate and the reverse. Okay. It is very simple. We take a 20 kg plate.
That's good. Strong banana. Was seen.
Strong banana.
How many fish do you have?
10. 10 reps and 10 fish. Today we expand the shoulders, baby.
Oscar. Nah, how many bananas you got? Oh.
55. Man, strong banana. Oh.
Was seen. At the start, I'm sure you felt weird at the gym when people would think you talk to yourself. How do you feel about talking to us now?
Yeah, I think people think it's very normal now. It's not abnormal for people to record themselves and stuff. And it's not like everybody's staring at me. In the gym, there are a bunch of narcissists who are just staring at themselves. They work out and then they stare at themselves. That's just. It's a very comfortable place to be to talk to yourself.
Oh, was seen. LOL true. Was seen. Are you bulking or cutting or maintaining? Glizzy Gobbler. Wilson's favorite thing to do at the gym is get very close to the mic while he's doing his lift drills.
Yes. My favorite thing to do is just looking at myself. Yes. 90% of the time I'm just looking at myself, and then for the rest I just do the exercise. I can't even think, man. Like, in order to think, you have to, like, you know, stop looking at yourself.
Wilson, are you
oh my god, this is gonna be copyright. I'm gonna mute it.
Oscar. I'll add sound. Oscar. Oh,
It's gonna
Oscar.
be like.
Oh, Wasim. Yes, get that copyright out the way. Oscar. Yes, way.
Now just bask in my glory for a while.
Glizzy Gobbler. Make a formal request to the gym to only play non-copyright music. Oscar. Basking I
could ask them, or I can ask them to like lower the music a little bit. It's fine. I think we can like shift in between. When I'm replying to someone, I can just like do it. Otherwise, can just mute it.
Oscar. A man no international Lund?
No international Lund. What? वेट थोड़ा कम कर लो. अच्छा मैं लगा ये I just told my trainer it is 10% gym and 20% looking at myself. No, 90%. अच्छा आप जाहिद भाई ये उधर कर ले तो वेट कर लो.
Alright, boys. All right.
Oh my god. Oh my god, my head hurts. It's fucking destruction 5 times. 5, 5, 5 times 5 times 5. Okay. Okay. Man. Oh man, dude. I feel fucking spaced out. Extremely spaced out. I'm living in space. Okay. How much time left? Okay. क्या नहीं नहीं मैं
Oh my god, boy.
बाहर One last set, boys. Then we're done. Hey, is TTS even working? It doesn't say the message out loud. Or try to do breastfeeding.
Do breastfeeding nail polish on the nail.
Alright. I think we're done. Final check.
Lizzie Gauntlet. W gym sesh.
So psychologically even, if you flex, it is good for your muscles. After doing the exercise, you flex that muscle, and then it builds more mind-muscle connection. Guys, bhai. Bas. So, in our world, okay, where I am flexing, it's actually good for building a mind-muscle connection. So every time I do a thing, I flex the same muscle, like that I worked.
Glizzy Gobbler. Muscle flexing.
And that's the shit. Yes. That's the shit. Shit is muscle flexing. Hand pink waving.
Glizzy Gobbler. It looks like a beautiful day.
Birds chirping. Oh, but the seat is way too hot, dude. Oh, fuck. Holy my ass. We'll drink some egg and tea. Hey, what the fuck happened? We'll drink some egg and tea. And then meanwhile, today was if I think look at it from the like on paper, okay. We didn't like learn, like we didn't make, as in like we didn't go from 0 to 1, but we just restructured some of our old wiring, which I think is very good.
Glizzy Gobbler.
Let's get some penis.
Look at this noob still using speak.
Guys, fingers crossed. Now I'm like looking into the true market thing. I realized that I'm like just making. I was just thinking about like making it for, but like whenever you're making something, even in terms of video, you're making it. You gotta think of it like you're making it for a human.
Gobbler.
Like a human scrolls there and then he, not just this puts. So you've selected a niche. Now, will a human being, like niche, selecting a niche is the work of the algorithm. But in that niche, the packaging and what you deliver, that is very important. Are you bringing the cozy vibe? Cozy is very relative. To make it more cozy, to be or not to be, that is the question.
Ashish died.
Oh, I'm gonna grab some penis.
You Wilson. Glizzy Gobbler. That is the question.
Yo. Yeah, okay.
Oscar. Cozy is as cozy does. Ashish died. Wilson eating chakna.
No. I'm eating peanuts.
Ashish died. I heard the news. A 17-year-old Pakistani TikToker was shot by the army. Is it true?
Huh? Huh? I don't know. Depends upon where you heard it. And you can do like a follow-up checkup on the news as well. Just type on Google, right, and type the same question, is this true? Okay, and you might get an article corroborating whether this is true or not. And actually get into the habit of that as well.
Ashish died. I think Pakistani genes are GOAT. Would love to have a wife from Pakistan.
Unreal. Egg and tea. Egg and tea.
Yes, yeah.
Thanda chai.
Glizzy Gobbler.
Oh,
You should always have your streams from this first-person POV.
नहीं जल्दी उससे पहले
Oscar. TNEG Jinnah.
मैंने कहा 4th of July उधर करके आया ना इंडिपेंडेंस डे क्या हाँ हाँ
Oscar. Này actually XNT.
नहीं now watch me whip now watch me नहीं now watch me whip now watch me नहीं you that's all about Alright, switching.
Oscar. Where's the PC?
Oscar. Bless you, Mijo.
Okay. The meek shall inherit the earth. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Remember that shit. Big J Dog said so.
Oscar, blessed be thine cozy vibes.
Yes. Bro, my trainer is getting fat, dude. Like, I see him and he's losing his aura. Is that bad to say about my trainer?
Don't use LUTs said no serious colorist ever. Furthermore, the most colorists I know of use so-called color managed workflows, which means they don't even manually convert their footage to Rec 709. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Today, I want to find the belief that grading manually is superior than using LUTs, because this statement might make sense at first glance, but in reality, it really doesn't. In order to leave this misconception behind us once and for all, we'll have to look at why so many people think that LUTs ruin the footage and why using LUTs feels like a game of chance for so many of you.
Man, I'm gonna just like...
अंडा चाय शुक्रिया सोना where is spice अदना रजमा सिर्फ only for अंडा चाय शुक्रिया okay
Lizzie Gobbler, welcome back.
How you doing, Liz? I feel destruction, bro. I can't raise my arms.
Sleepy Joe's brother. Hello.
Hello, Sleepy Joe's brother. How you doing? Oh my god. What is happening, Chad? Like, what is your situation right now?
Lizzie Gobbler. I'm Stony Baloney. Lizzie Gobbler. New name.
With Stony Baloney.
Lizzie Gobbler. We are watching Arrested Development.
Arrested. Oh, I have heard about the show. How is the show? Not watched a single episode though.
Lizzie Gobbler. It is very funny.
I will watch it one day. When all this is over. And life is much easier.
Lizzie Gobbler. It's on Netflix for me.
I think it's on Netflix for me as well.
When all was over.
What? May I have a jetting update? Well, in a while. I am very tired right now. But I think I can do 4 catches now, which is pretty good. Oh my god. I didn't eat anything of actual substance right now.
Lily the Elder. Great stuff, man.
Oh my god. I see the light. Oh man.
Lily the Elder. Are you fading away?
I am fading away. These healing frequencies are these healing frequencies and chakras are making me feel very intense.
Lily the Elder. Binaural beats?
No, not binaural beats. Just it's the lady, man, the lady with the guitar. Man, there's gotta be more green.
Lily Orange.
Yes, to make the vibe cozy. It's woody, yes, but there's gotta be green as well. You know, so if there's greenery, like a plant or something. Yeah, I think we should be back now. Yeah, the internet died.
Sleepy Joe's brother.
You think you're so cute and lovable, people
Yes,
are
and
gonna
you look very
automatically just
tired.
be drawn to your YouTube personality. You think your voice is...
What? Oh man, Sleepy Joe. What the fuck is going on? Alright, okay. I think after eating the eggs and drinking the tea, I will have some sort of energy. Till then, I am dormant. As dormant as a seagull. I don't know if seagulls are dormant. That's what I am.
Oscar. Till then, you are an entity. I am an entity till then, yes. Man, some really new cool people have joined. There's Theoretical Wetwork, Bean Booster, okay, Scout, and Ash, and then there is Melody. Yes, these 5 new people have been really regular. So that's actually pretty good. Given that from the older channel we would get a sheesh, right? This time, yeah. No hate on a sheesh, but Sleepy Joe's been back. Oscar. W. New Cozy Nifty Nichols. Diva C's.
I think it's going to the right people now. Now all I have to do is the niche that I've picked out for myself again.
Are you lost, baby girl?
Yeah.
Lizzie Gobbler. Lily is goat.
Yeah. So now all I have to do is with the.
So is Glizzy.
With the.
Glizzy check WhatsApp.
With the niche that we found, now it is to create videos around in that niche as well. And I'm experimenting with 2-3 videos that I've posted that I'm happy with. There are others that I've created that I'm not happy with and I've not posted them. That is now I am actually creating videos and just like I have more videos than I've posted and stuff. So that's pretty good. Yeah, the tones look a little bit unnatural.
You know what I am happy with?
What are you happy with?
With you.
Oh my god, unreal Divasis.
Baby girl.
Yeah, it looks a little deep fried right now. I don't. Now it's even more. No, I don't get this, man. I feel like there is something that I'm doing wrong. Like you gotta apply the. There is something that I'm doing wrong that I don't know. Okay, let's turn both of these off. I am going back to doing the thing again, right? So this is the footage that the camera is sending, right? Without any correction and stuff. But it's kind of like a bit muddy. I'm gonna like record this. Hello, this is kind of muddy. And also use the color checker as well to see like what will be the situation. So first we do this, the gray and the... Since most of the times this is the... Okay. This. Okay. Then... This. So I'm recording this footage. Okay, good.
Divacies.
Yes.
You got a color checker OMG.
Yes, I did get a color checker, but when I use it, it just fucking... It blows it up, dude. Like it's not... I don't know what is happening. Some people say do the fucking color space transform. Some people say don't do the color space transform. Now this dude was saying stop color correcting. It's a waste of your time. Then it's like, where do you get the information?
I love you. Hours in color correction before you start color grading. The thing is, I can almost guarantee you're doing tasks that you don't even need to do. Today I will show you what's probably wrong with your current... It's pretty much already done.
Okay, so this guy was saying
Let's make this very clear. What you really want is a solid foundation for your color grade. This is the key to achieve consistency and coherence. You may think this solid foundation is a corrected image, when in reality you're climbing a mountain you don't really need to climb. Intent. Normalizing and balancing. During that stage you also take care of matching your clips to one another. This achieves context and consistency. So let's also throw matching in here. Great, now you're off in the right direction. If needed, you can move on to your secondaries. Let's write this down. So here are your secondaries. Let's quickly discuss what secondaries actually are. These are all the adjustments that involve masking or keying, or all adjustments that are very targeted, like adjusting a specific hue.
Okay.
For example, adjusting your skin.
Color grading, but having one okay, let's see what tutorial gets here. Yeah, this is the one that we want. Like, it's not the gamma is very fucked in the other footage. You can't really see anything.
Today we're going to learn how to create this warm, saturated film look in DaVinci Resolve. Let's dive into it.
Yeah, I had it, Lily brought it, but I never had the courage to, like, you know, I never had the time to, like, actually invest into that. I still am not getting it. Like, what is the vibe? Like, how are we doing this? I know you get a lot from DaVinci.
Today I have already created the mold tree that we're going to be using, but if you want to know how I did it, you can click the link above and go back to my first video in which I built it from scratch.
Okay, jeez, man. See, these are the tutorials that
we'll start by setting our correct color space with a CST node to accurately interpret the camera data. This time we have Blackmagic camera footage. So our input color space will be Blackmagic Design White Gamut Generation 4.5 and our input gamma Blackmagic Design Pocket 6K Film Generation 4. Our output color space, on the other hand, will be DaVinci White Gamut and output gamma DaVinci Intermediate. We will turn off tone mapping in the input CST to avoid initial compression of highlights and shadows. In the output CST, our input color space will be DaVinci White Gamut and input gamma DaVinci Intermediate. Our output color space, as usual, is Rec 709 and output gamma 2.4. This time we will use DaVinci's own tone mapping algorithm and set the max output to 10,000 nits.
Okay, let's do this. Alright, let's go to DaVinci. Okay. Let's do whatever this dude is saying. Okay, let's follow instructions. Okay, because I feel like for color space transform you don't really need a lot. You just need to do the thing. Okay, so you go into color. No, first you go here. Then you find the clip, which is in videos.
Oscar. Follow DaVinci.
Yes, DaVinci. Okay, so change. Then you go here. Okay. You apply a color space transform on this. I know this was captured by OBS, so this was Rec 709 space.
Not going to lie, every time I watch a tutorial, I end up following it incorrectly.
Yeah, and output and input gamma space is Rec 709 as well. Okay,
All right, see, I do that and it drastically changes. Do you see the difference? Like, okay, so if the input gamma space wasn't this, right, and I use timeline. No, use timeline. Okay, see the footage is different. Okay, and as soon as I do the input gamma space is rec 709, then see, like there's more detail in the image. And output color space will be rec 709 as well. Okay, but output gamma will be 2.2. And now we're back.
Diva sees. Yes, contrast is increased.
Yes.
Oscar.
No, it's not just the overall it's the color space.
Leon, you come and go.
It is the color space. So let's just add another serial node. Okay, and this is our output space. So output. Oh no! What the fuck does this? Okay, I think I fucked it up. Okay, so he went like
with DaVinci White Gamma,
the first
Gamma
node
generation 4.5, and our input Gamma Blackmagic Design Pocket 6K film generation 4. Our output color space, on the other hand, will be DaVinci White Gamma,
DaVinci White Gamut,
and output Gamma DaVinci Intermediate.
Alright, so DaVinci White Gamut. So DaVinci White Gamut. DaVinci White Gamut is the input color space. And what is the intermediate? DaVinci Intermediate. So this is the space that in which we are working on. So this is now like completely fucked, right? But now here, when I change it, my god.
We will turn off tone mapping.
Okay, so we're gonna turn off tone mapping on this one as well.
Diva sees.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now
in the input CST to avoid initial compression of highlights and shadows. In the output CST,
space,
our input color space will be DaVinci White.
So our input color space in the output one will be DaVinci White Gamut.
Something that I have always struggled learning.
Yes, DaVinci White Gamut, right? And our input gamma space is
gamma, and input gamma that
is intermediate. Okay, now it is a bit better.
So W.
So output color space is rec 709. This is what I've learned so far, right? And the output gamma space is 2.2.
Mr. DeWinky is always live.
Okay. Now let's see what he does.
Our output color space, as usual, is rec 709 and output gamma 2.4. This time we will use DaVinci's own tone mapping algorithm and set them.
So this time we will use the tone mapping algorithm and set it to 1000. Okay, so now this is what we've gotten so far. Okay.
Max output to 10,000 nits. Now that we are in the correct color space, let's have a look at our image. At first glance, we can see that it is too bright, even for a log image.
Yes.
So let's start with lowering the exposure this time.
Okay, so now we create a serial node here. Okay, and we call this serial node, label it as exposure. Okay, good. And then we go here and no, not this. We wanna go to the waveform. Okay. Yes. So we're gonna like lift up the gain a little bit.
Diva sees. That indeed is some nerd shit right here, and I am all up for it. Diva sees.
But if you like lift up, if you lift up the fucking exposure,
Glizzy Gobbler.
it just
Nerds
gets
everywhere.
fucked.
Diva sees.
Okay, lift.
Sorry, Lily.
And
Sleepy Joe's brother.
that's the lift.
I am
And
watching
then
2 streams
gamma.
at once now. Oscar. Lift up our spirits and exposure, amen. Sleepy Joe's brother. Azzy's stream and your stream.
And wait, does this look better? I think this. But it's a little bit fried, but you can see that there is more detail than like the actual image here. W Sleepy Joe. Yeah, so that is the issue.
He is lifting up my exposure and gain. Diva sees. With all this, Sleepy Joe.
Or we can.
I mean, it looks better.
Or we can go. Where is the? This
Oscar.
is the.
There
color
is a
wheel?
lot of noise. Lower it so you can expose my gamut.
Okay.
Sleepy Joe's brother. Oops, I forgot that. Speak doesn't exist on this channel. Glizzy Gobbler. I feel like I'm at the eye doctor. Is number 2 or number 3 better?
I think. Therefore, I am. So what is the? How do we do this? I forgot how to do this. No, there was a way to do this.
Glizzy Gobbler. Yes. Oscar. To the naked eye, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. My eye is in donkey. Diva sees. My charts are being infiltrated by your riz of existence and nerdness.
Hell yeah.
Diva sees. And Oscars.
And this, and this, and this, and this. Okay, source, gamma and everything we set it to auto.
Glizzy Gobbler.
Oh my god.
Let's have a nerd off.
It just
Oscar
fucking
versus
destroyed
Wilson.
everything. Now color space we had to change to and there it is. We have fucked everything up.
Oscar.
Oh,
If you've been here before, shout out my boy Diva C's, because you know that's the nifty way.
exactly. Alright, so let's not do that. Let's do it the traditional way. Right? Fuck this shit. This shit is bananas. Let's just do it the traditional way. Okay, exposure and everything, we just like look at it closely.
Glizzy Gobbler.
We just look at it closely.
You are the loyal seaman. Diva C's. W Oscar on the 55. Glizzy Gobbler. We are the loyal seamen. Diva C's.
Around
My loyal
600.
seamen. Diva C's. Glizzy and Oscar. Glizzy Gobbler. I miss redeems. Oscar. Seamen stand up.
It clips over here. I think we should not let it clip.
Diva sees. We make our own redeems. Diva sees. Thank you for the elochte. An.
I think this is exposure and wise. This is
so we have a better initial judgment.
Diva sees. Ay. Oscar.
This is looking better. So now we.
Where the fuck is this? The global fucking. Where is the global exposure? What the fuck are these buttons?
Look at our image. At first glance, we can see that it is too bright, even for a log image.
Yeah.
So let's start with lowering the exposure this time. So we have a better initial judgment.
Glizzy Gobbler. It's not the same.
This is looking better. So now we can continue with our look.
Oscar.
As you may remember from the first
globalists
tutorial,
are everywhere.
look
Just ask
development
Alex
involves
Jones.
a deep understanding of color science. And that's beyond the scope of this video, so instead, we'll use the same crucis slot by Colin Kelly to create a more contrasty look. Next, we will add the Kodak 2383.
The fuck did he just do? So he said like whatever you did sucks balls. Okay, go back to that.
Because your existence is printed in my heart.
Then
Glizzy Gobbler.
Then go to the
Love Alex
HDR.
Jones. That guy has a good head on his shoulders. Such a logical, straight-thinking kind of guy. Oscar. Next topic, understanding perception. Diva sees. BRB.
Yeah, it's not doing the full color range, bro. Like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Okay, wait, let's just watch what this guy is doing. And then do something. I think I did well on the thing.
Film look using the Enhancer Pro. For this, we'll first disable the default tools, select the high quality option, set the correct color space, and finally bring in the Kodak 2383.
Wait, do I have the Enhancer? Add a serial node. Do I have the Enhancer? Where the fuck is the de-enhancer? Do I have the Enhancer?
Are you asking or telling? Say it with your chest hairs. You did well, my G.
Where is the de-enhancer? There is nothing called the de-enhancer over here. The flicker is here. Where is the de-enhancer? Very interesting. Texture. Okay, let's see what he's doing.
To create a more contrasty look tutorial, look development involves a deep understanding. As you may remember from the first tutorial,
so you go to here, you go to LUTs. This is DJI. Cooked. Fucking cooked.
Oscar. Cha lô tích hai to ôm in vôn.
fuck is going on? This is blowing everything out of proportion. This is destroying the fabric of the universe. What the fuck did he just do here? Man, these guys, this sucks balls, man. Like, honestly, just give me a good fucking tutorial, dude. Like, what the this is insane, dude. Like, fucking insane.
Development instead, bro. For option, Kelly to create a more contrasted look. Next, we will add the Kodak 2383 film look using the Enhancer Pro.
Where did he get the Kodak 2324 look?
Next, we will add the will first disable the 3 film look using the Enhancer Pro. For this, we'll first disable the default tools, selector Pro. Next, we will add the Kodak 2380.
There is no film emulation thing here. There is no film settings. Okay, I am clearing everything up except the color spaces. Delete. Okay. This is not required. Alright. Alright, this is us putting our footage into
Today, we're going to learn how to create this cinematic film look in DaVinci Resolve. Let's dive into it. Today, we're going to learn Hello, welcome back to the channel. I know it's been a while since my last post. I've been deeping down this grade from a cinematic scene that has a warm vibing. Here I've matched both the timeline and video resolution to the native resolution of the footage. For color management, as you may color sign and color data to work with during our inputs RE white gamut and the gamma to RE log C3. For the output color space in this node, I'm using DaVinci White Gamut Intermediate. This brings the footage into our working space. Let's go ahead and name this. Next, we'll create the output CSD node. This time we're converting from DaVinci White Gamut Intermediate to Rec 709 Gamma 2.4, which is our final delivery space. For convenience, I'm copying the input CSD node, then swapping the input-output parameters. And I'll update the output color space and gamma, and make sure to adjust the tone mapping settings.
Okay,
Perfect.
this is done.
Now let's find our hero shot and get started with the actual grade. Let me correct the name here. Okay, as a first step, I want to apply the Codec 2383 film loop LUT that comes with DaVinci Resolve Studio. You can find it in the LUTs folder. Here, let me show you something. First, I'll add a node just before the output CSD and apply the LUT here. As you can see, it doesn't look quite right. The image becomes overly contrasty and a bit harsh, actually. Not the pleasing film look we're aiming for. Here we can try lowering the key output level to minimize the effect, like this. And yes, it looks slightly better, but this doesn't actually fix the core issue here. It only softens it. The real problem is that we are applying the LUT in the wrong color space. Right now we're still in DaVinci White Gamut, but these LUTs are designed for Rec 709 Xenon Film Log. So let's do it the proper way. I'll delete this node first. This time I'll add a serial node after the output CSD and insert a CSD node to convert from Rec 709 Gamma 2.4 to Rec 709 Xenon Film Log. I'll name this node Snefilm. Then I'll add another serial node right after that, and this is where we'll apply the Codec 2383 LUT. And there we go. Now
wait. Okay, so this has this, so we gotta create another serial node after this, and
behaves a output CSD and insert a CSD node to convert from Rec 709 Gamma 2.4 to Rec 709 Xenon Film Log.
Okay, so to Rec 709 Xenon Film Log. So we apply another color space transform here, and this time we're going from obviously Rec 709, and the input gamma space is 2.2 that I've chosen. And the output space is again Rec 709. Where the fuck is Rec 709? And the input space is Cine. What is it? Cineon log film. Let me check again. Cineon log film. Okay, so we go to Cineon log film. Oh my god. Go to Cineon log film. What the fuck is this? Let's just follow it.
I'll name this node Snefilm. Then I'll add another serial node right after that, and this is where we'll.
So then you add another serial node after this. Alright, we're getting there. This is where we apply, go to film look, and
apply the Codec 2383 LUT.
Rec Codec 2380.
Oscar.
Codec 2380.
Sign Samoraba.
No. What is the actual LUT that he is using? D5.
And there we go.
So D5. What the fuck did this do?
So now, okay. So this is the situation here. Basically,
Diva sees. Everything.
Every
Diva
day.
sees. Nerding out of Willsong. Diva
Okay.
sees. Willsong.
Now, okay, good.
Now it behaves exactly as intended. Next, we'll adjust the strength. While we could again reduce the key up level here, that would reveal the low conversion underneath, which of course we don't want. To avoid that, I'll select both the conversion node and the lot node and turn them into a compound node.
Okay, so you select both of these and then you turn them into a compound node. Okay, good.
This way we can reduce their intensity together.
Man, I joined like a few streams recently, and all of them also seem to be making the jokes about me seeing LMAO. Diva sees. Random Twitch streams.
Diva sees everything, every day, every night. So you can like reduce the effect here.
Diva sees. One guy was like, "What do you see?"
Let's just use the same settings that that guy was using, just for like.
Let's check out the before and after. Beautiful. That filmic vibe really comes through now. Okay, now that we've locked in our film look, we can move on to primer grading. By the way, just a quick note. I applied the film look first because it affects contrast and balance. If we edit it later, we would likely have to revisit earlier adjustments. So applying the Codec 2383 LUT upfront helps keep the workflow efficient and consistent. Okay, looking at the image now, I'm quite happy with the white balance. Skin tones look natural and pleasing. So I'll just add a note here for contrast adjustments. Here I'll be using the primary wheels, lift gun.
Okay, so I will put up add a node here, serial node here. Not for contrast and everything, but I will go with the I wanna like check out what happens if I increase the gain a little bit, decrease the lift. Nope. What the fuck is going on? That's squashing the image. That's destroying the image. Okay. Okay, now we add another serial node. Okay, and this time we mess with the contrast. I think the pivot needs to change. Still looks fucking deep fried. Okay, let's see what he does after this.
For convenience, I'll work with my mini panel here, but you can easily follow along using your mouse. As I make these changes, I'm keeping an eye on the waveform monitor, making sure shadows, midtones, and highlights are all staying in the right place. This is looking good so far. I might slightly lower the low shadows, just to bring down the blacks. They look a little lifted. Nice. Let's check the before and after again.
Yeah, for me the before and after is just like not cooked, cooked, not cooked, cooked. Actually, there is more detail in the after, I guess. Not too much. Okay. All right. After that, what do we have to do?
Perfect. Now, to create that warm summer vibe, I'll add another node and gently warm up the image using the temperature and tint sliders.
Now, to add that warm up thing, he will use the temperature. So this would be like burnt out. This would be like a tad bit. Full magenta, full green, okay. Okay, then what?
Somewhere around here feels right. Let's take a look. Make sure this is by creating a mask. There is a small issue here. The subject's face and enabling highlights to isolate it. Then we'll check it on the vector scope. But there is a small issue here. When we enable highlights here, it doesn't show us the final Rec 709 image, so it's a bit tricky to interpret. A better workaround is to create another node at the very end of the chain. Let's go ahead and do it.
Okay.
Okay, in this node we'll create the same mask and turn on highlights.
Hello. Ever scoots my dude, how are you doing?
The vector scope, you can clearly see that the skin tone falls right on the skin tone indicator line. So we're in a good spot.
It's lol gaming.
Are you doing lol gaming? Okay, so we go to vector scope, right? And we change the, we go to, this is the vector scope, go to its settings. Now where is the line for the... Where is the fucking line, dude? Where is the line? Yeah, so this is the skin tone indicator. Okay. And I am also going to make it.
Just making some 5 arts to Technoblade's tribute. His birthday was like on June 1st.
Oh damn, good shit, dude. So
as a final step, I want to use the film look creator to add that last filmic touch. I'm starting with a clean slate here. Let's go ahead and do it. We enable. Okay,
so how do we select this shit?
Well, then we'll check the right place. One way to check this is by creating a mask on the subject's face and enabling high.
So you click on this.
Zachary. By the way, did you find out what took down your stream?
No. Oh no, the stream is back. It's just I am not doing the thing. I'm not streaming on the other channel anymore. Okay, here, and we go select the pen tool. Skin tone, and then what?
Highlights to isolate it.
And then create a mask here to isolate it.
Then we'll check it on the vector scope. But there's a small issue here. When we enable highlights here, it doesn't show us the final Rec 709 image, so it's a bit tricky to interpret. A better workaround is to create another node at the very end of the chain. Let's go ahead and do it. Okay, in this node we'll create the same mask and turn on highlights. Now, looking at the vector scope, you can clearly see that the skin tone falls right on the skin tone indicator line, so we're in a good spot. As a final step, I want to use the film look creator to add that
Zachary. Maybe you were explaining the situation of Lahore or streaming a video far away, and one of the YouTube moderators took that as a rule break. Let's just forget what happened.
What do you mean? Yeah, it is lying on the thing, so we're good. We are good. Okay. So now we create another serial node, and that is going to be
last filmic touch.
Zachary. You said firearms policy. Zachary. Anyways, Zachary, how are you?
I was watching a gun restoration video, man.
At the Sim 666. Are you making AI generated video? Zachary. And what are you doing?
I am learning how to color correct. Okay, so here we have to add, what the fuck? Okay, so we have to add the film look thing. So where is the film look thing? Oh shit.
Zachary. Microscopic what? Zachary.
Microscopic. Now, I was watching gun restoration tutorial and YouTube thought that it is like a thing. So then I just like I appealed the decision and then they accepted that it was YouTube's fault. So then I just don't want to stream on that channel anymore. Whenever it goes into the algorithm, it just goes to weird people, and this is much better. So resolve FX film emulation. So resolve FX.
Antisimp 666. Why do you care if it's weird people? Zachary. What about the subscribers count?
Man, who cares? I think if I cared about the subscriber count, I would have like turned off the stream. Pretty. Where is the film emulation thingy? I don't see it.
Diva C's. Mr. Cinematic.
Okay, so basically, where is the film emulation?
Samurai. What's up, Wilson?
Not much.
Zachary. Nice PFP Diva C's. Diva C's. Thanks. Zachary.
Is this in the paid version of the thing?
Samuth. Watch time. Zachary. Watch time. Antisimp 666. Do you watch Ethan Klein? Diva C's. Watch time.
No man, I don't watch any of these people.
Samuth.
Huh.
Is that
I think
DaVinci?
I think I don't have the right.
Which app are you using?
I'm using DaVinci. I think I don't have the correct fucking thing.
Antisimp 666.
As
Do you
a
not
fun-
like Jewish people like Ethan?
No, Steph. I want to use the
who's
filter
an Ethan?
to add that last filmic touch. I'm starting with a clean slate here, and I'll begin with bleach bypass to give it that classic cinematic feel.
You don't have the correct
Looks
file?
good.
Antisimp 666. Are you smoking opium? Antisimp 666. Ethan Klein.
Man, fucking chill out, dude. Like, eat a burger or something. You've been like very
You are frustrated. No, it's not there, bro. It's just not there.
Zachary. Why don't I see some users? Zachary. You eat a shawarma or something. Antisimp 666. What is the pipe you smoked?
Man, mind your own business. It's tobacco. It's called a doha. Okay. I fucking don't know. Maybe this is the
Zachary.
thing. Maybe this is
Hello.
what is supposed to be the shiz or something.
Zachary. Doha what?
Doha. Yeah, there is this does not exist within the thing. Motherfucker. So if this does not, why can't you just give me a tutorial with normal fucking shit, man? This is very.
I knew you smoked opium. Zachary.
Man, antisim
Sounds
6.
like what my mom would make.
Man, I give up. I give up on it right now. I give up on it right now. I will just use the classic color correction, which
Sam,
makes the light.
Try asking Chat.
I did ask ChatGPT, man. I have been. That's it. This is the one that
Zachary.
we have.
He used Chat. Antisimp 666. The light looks good.
So this is the most we can
Zachary.
do right now.
Okay. Antisimp 666. Or Zachary. Is that chai or coffee?
That's chai. Guys, we shall one day figure this shit out. For real. For real. On God. No glizzy on a stack. 8-bit footage the right way. Motherfucker, what do you mean?
Antisimp 666. You have orange skin. Are you from Turkey? Zachary. What are you smashing?
I have used so many Sony
Zachary.
cameras from the A7 series over the years,
Zachary.
and all of them were shooting 8-bit
LOL.
internally. That's why I know how painful it is to calibrate an 8-bit footage. However, you can get really great results with the powers of DaVinci Resolve. I have been asked before for this tutorial by you guys, and finally I was able to do it, and about 8-bit grading. With matching my nodes, I will timeline colors, add 2 parallel nodes to this, and then we will have
This AI transforms a kid's photo.
Add the node to the node,
into a
and then
personalized
the node to the node.
Here's how it works. Just go to the AI design.
When it comes to working with 8-bit footage, you will find plenty of advice on the internet on how to deal with the banding in your footage. In my opinion though,
Zachary.
this is like pooping in your
I laugh every time Wilson curses.
living room and then getting a super advanced vacuum robot that
Okay. What that is weird, bro.
Antisimp
cleans up after you. In this video, I will show you a
AI is
few
evil.
tips how you can avoid
Yeah, he's
banding in your
fucking
footage.
evil, bro.
I will
Everything is
also show
evil.
you
This guy is evil as well.
on how
This
to
guy
not
doesn't
create
know
that
what the
banding in
fuck
the
he's
first
talking
place.
about.
Because relying on your super advanced vacuum robot to clean up after you is a good idea, but wouldn't it be a much better idea to not poop in your living room in the first place?
What the fuck is he? What the fuck is he talking about?
LOL.
Why is he What does color grading have to do with poop, bro? And look at the face he's making. Like what is this face? I just made a poop joke, right? I am... What is this guy talking about? Man.
Antisimp 666. He is talking about Indian streamers. Zachary.
Funny guy.
Well, bro, stop. Scout. Poo poo and pee pee.
Alright, let's see. Let's see.
Antisimp 666. Dudu Sheks.
Bro, like,
first and foremost, what is a...
I love how he...
Wouldn't it be a much better idea to not poop in your living room in the first place?
I just love this frame. if seen out of context, like this feels like this feels very weird. Wouldn't it be good to poop outside of your living?
Zachary. He is crazily funny. I think brain rot got him. Antisimp 666. He has pooped in someone's living room.
No, but let's... Like, no, but like, why did he choose to keep this frame though? Like, this is very, I mean, like,
first and foremost,
like, I'm talking like I have like very fucking, like very good speaking things and stuff, right? But like the poop thing was fucking amazing, dude. This dude has pooped.
Is 8-bit footage, and why is it so inferior to, let's say, 10-bit footage? It's only a difference of 2 bits. How big of a deal could that be? To save you some time, the short answer is it's a huge difference. Long answer is a little bit more complex, but I think in order to make educated decisions, we all should know what we're talking about. To understand this abstract concept of bit depth, let's start with something more familiar, namely resolution.
More opium.
We all know that
It's
higher
weed, bro. I'm smoking weed. Are you a fucking 5-year-old child, bro?
resolution means more pixels, which lets us capture and display an image more precisely.
No, I can't farm shit. I had like some seeds and stuff. I tried farming the thing, you know.
This example is a little bit extreme, but still, an image with a low resolution carries less information. The same thing is true for bit depth, only this time resolution doesn't mean more pixels, but more individual steps between black and white. Let's imagine we want to capture this black and white gradient in the real world, but let's pretend our camera has just a few bits available. Let's start with 1 bit. 1 bit can represent 2 values, 0 and 1, which means black and white. So if we want to capture this real world black and white gradient with a 1-bit bit depth, our image would look like this. With 2 bits, we already get 4 shades of gray. And with 3 bits, we already get 8 shades of gray. As you can see, the number of shades we can resolve increases exponentially with the bits we have available. This is because the amount of available bits is noted as the exponent in the equation. We start with the number 2 because 1 bit can have 2 states, 0 or 1, and the exponent represents the number of bits we have available. So if we calculate this, 2 to the power of 1 makes...
Bro, he's just teaching his math, bro. Where is the fucking... Where is the...
blue ticks again. Colors that we such the gradient was smoothened not really like this nutshell. But the story is not over yet. You have probably heard countless times that 8-bit footage is just too weak to handle any kind of log recording. This is actually true, and here's why. Let's say our camera records video files with a bit depth of 8-bit. This means your video file has 256 shades of red, 256 shades of green, and 256 shades of blue available. To make this a little bit more simple, let's stick with black and white again. Because remember, when something is a shade of grey, the red, the green and the blue value is exactly the same. Therefore, we can also say we have 256 shades of grey available. When you shoot a log, your brightness information is encoded logarithmically. I don't want to go too deep since this video is already a little bit technical. So let's just say your video signal gets squished. Because we all know log footage looks very flat and very desaturated compared to Rec. 709. Now if this is what our file can carry, if we squish the video signal, we are only using a portion of the available shades of grey. Everything else goes just unused. So from our already limited bit depth of 8-bit footage, we are
better than full floor
because we don't even use it.
Man, don't like this dude is somebody. But I am not frustrated with the poo flow. He's clearly very passionate about his thing. Like, you know, he's very passionate about it, right? But like, and it's fucking. It looks professional as fuck, bro. Like there's no clipping back there in the light. Like you see how my light has fucking expanded like a tarantula or something, whereas this dude's backlight is not expanding like a tarantula. Even this light is expanding like a tarantula. You see? The luminance is not fucking consistent. Consistent. See this?
I just watched a drama series called Weak Hero Class 2. It's so awesome, and it was released in April 25th, only on Netflix.
What?
Choosing log. When color grading, we want to transform our log footage back to Rec. 709,
I don't know what that is,
the
man.
footage between the black and the white point again. Let's think back to our resolution analogy. Stretching our footage is a bit like...
Oh my god, this dude is a fucking nerd, man. What is this? Old PB.
Antisimp 666. I like the way your light bounces off your nipples.
Anyhow, the worst color grading mistake on YouTube. He's just fucking baiting us, bro. He's just fucking baiting us. Fuck this guy, dude. He's baiting us.
Zachary. YouTube tweaking. Antisimp 666. You should try cool light bulbs so you don't look orange like Donald.
What? No. Cool is not very fucking inviting, bro. Cool. I want like more fucking warmer tone. Like fucking. That's the look that I'm going for. Like, you see this shit? You see this shit? Fucking warm look, bro. Like, see this shit? That is only if I turn on the light. Now this is phenomenal, dude.
Zachary, make yourself more white.
I don't have a key light, bro, to make me white.
Antisimp 666. You can dim your lights.
Look at this shit, bro. Look at this shit. No, you won't dim your lights, bro. You fucking make the camera follow the exact reality.
666. You ever think about bleaching your skin?
You gotta just like fucking do that, man. You can't. No? You can't dim the light, bro. That's absurd, sir. That is absurd. Okay, so this is what I want. This requires a powerful light source, bro. Yeah, this is the look that I want. They're not dimmable. They're either like closed or open. So it's like.
Best idea. Turn yourself white or turn the room more white without using an app.
Yeah, if the light was dimmer, it would. No, this is good. This is good. I'm not saying this is not good. But there is. Fuck buying dimming bulbs, bro. Lily, in a month or so. Oh my god, this is like straight out of a fucking. This is very beautiful, bro. Like, or maybe I'm just high. Is this very? This looks like a very good shot. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is I, Wilson. What the fuck is going on? Wait. Let me do the record this. This is the look we're going for. The lighting, bro. The lighting. You don't understand how important the lighting and the vibe is for me. Because that is essentially the stream. The stream is just vibe, bro. Like, what else am I doing? Like, I'm just like living out normal life and stuff. It's all about like being pleasing to look at.
Your camera temperature will stop that halo effect. Zachary, you look more muscular, man.
I am more muscular, man. Yeah, this is nature's lighting. I really love this kind of look.
GoDaddy makes it fast and easy with user-friendly products and tools to help you on your entrepreneurial journey. Plus,
it's a greenish tint
to help build your business for you with the all-new GoDaddy Aero experience. Start for free at GoDaddy.com.
Roman grinning face. When I opened the live, I thought it's a video and not a live and tried to close it. Zachary, go what? Zachary, give us some food.
Fucking geezer is playing the. Oh my god. The power I exude in my hands, bro. I'm fucking jacked. Holy. Oh. Amazing.
Zachary, everyone's dream is to have unlimited food rather than money.
precisely?
Roman grinning face. It always happens to me. I click your video thinking it's alive, and once I even started typing and then realized its comment section rolling on the floor laughing.
I'm glad, dude. I'm glad. We're at 334 subs now. That's good. Like, I think. I don't know.
Zachary. I think I should come to the stream daily because it lights up my bad days.
Oh, thank you. Just remember, all this will pass. Okay? All this will pass. You've got this. Young man, you've got this.
Roman grinning face.
Yeah, this is time for yourself actually. Like, you know, it's where you chill and you hang out where you wanna hang out for a while. That's it. It's just you spending time with yourself by watching the thing that you like watching. I'm glad it can have some effect. That makes sense. That makes complete sense.
Zachary, I am eating some McDonald's. You'll want some? Roman.
I can't eat McDonald's, bro.
Grinning face.
I have quit McDonald's. I have.
I will be regular after June 16th.
Alright, W. Thank you. Good luck. Yeah, I don't eat McDonald's anymore. Yes. Man, I'm gonna be honest, McDonald's, I don't think it's good. Yeah. I like the fries though. The fries are good. Yes, fries are good. But like McDonald's, it's nobody like, you know, goes like, I wanna go eat McDonald's. That's like, why? Why do you wanna go eat McDonald's?
Bro, speaking of McDonald's, it reminds me of my McDonald's story again. It's everyday fun.
Oh my god, the McDonald's story. Yes, I still remember the McDonald's story. Yeah, I'm just blown out of fucking proportion right now. Just feeling the wave. I've been thinking about the videos thing, yes, and it's sounding more to me like, I don't want them to look like sort of coming off as like pretentious and stuff. That's what it comes off as, yeah. Like it's more so like a character than like actual thing. Like actually I'm just like a chill dude. Yeah. I'm just a chill dude. Yes. That's the shit.
Zachary, let me say the story again.
Alright, okay, go ahead with the story.
In the freaking morning at 6 o'clock, saying that, bro, I need to eat some McDonald's because I didn't eat breakfast today.
Yes, and then you still went. Why? 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 Oh my god. Classic, bro. Classic. Oh, this is fucking classic. Oh my god. This was back in that era, bro. I used to play like Subway Surfer on stream. Hello dude, how you doing? So yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to I'm trying to just like build the vibe. And that's what's going on. Yeah. Hello. I'm just gonna explain the idea of synchronicity right now because I wanna explain it like in the way that I am right now. So synchronicity is when things that are not likely to be together, they happen. Like one day you have like a dream or something that you will fucking wake up and become rich, and then you get a phone call the next day, and then then that's like fucking what the fuck is happening. That's like that extreme coincidence, like the most unlikely things just like coming together. That's synchronicity. Like like you're talking about like we 2 days ago before like the channel got taken down, like me and Lily, we were like discussing just making a new channel, right? Again. And the next fucking day, okay, this happens.
Thinking face.
It's not manifestation. Manifestation is different. Manifestation is you try to mold your life to that, which is like, you know, I don't know, it seems like voodoo shit, right? But synchronicity is more so like things just happening, like those random coincidences. It's not that I wanted the channel to go down, but like, you know, there was like a path, the reframing of it, and because we talked about it 2 days ago, and then the channel going down, and then like thinking of this as like the main thing, it just all seems like, you know, synchronicity at play.
Zachary, finish your conversation. I have more.
Yeah, so that is it. That is all I was saying. Yeah, synchronicity. I mean, it kind of makes sense. You know, it kind of makes sense. Man, these dudes are so fucking skilled.
Zachary. Then I went to the McDonald's. The food came time, the McDonald's opened. You know what was the stupid twist? He had really good food at home, but he was either too much of a goldfish memory or greedy. Zachary. I wanted to punch him so bad.
But like, why did you go? In the first place, it makes no logical sense for you to pass. Why did you go? That's the question. Fuck, man, how you just...
Zachary. Because I thought he didn't forget the food, but I thought that he didn't have the food at home. Shiva. Today talked to Lily about this channel maybe hitting 100k subscribers and some 2 to 3 days relief face smirking face.
Maybe hitting 100k in 2 to 3 days. Huh? Man, this is some good jazz, bro. I gotta lie, I like jazz. Right? Suck it. I like jazz. Jazz pretty cool, bro. Jazz is very cool. Very, very good vibe to it. Very absurd.
Do you have more questions?
Yeah. Why did you go? That is the question. What comment? There is no comment. Oh, it's because you're stupid. Yes. He didn't say the comment. Oh, it's because you're stupid. Oh no, it's not showing up. Okay, but like you know what it is. Wait, take a moment to relax and take it easy. Yes. Take it easy.
Zachary. Anyways, did you know today who won the IPL? Zachary. The IPL finals. Shivam. Come on, Zachary. It's okay to fall for cravings sometimes. Faced with tears of joy rolling on the floor laughing Guido. Faced with tears of joy rolling on the floor laughing cat face with tears of joy.
What?
RCB won against the Punjab Kings.
Let's go. Got something to eat, bro. I'm hungry now.
Zachary. Yes, Shivam, I agree with that too. Zachary. Zachary. The TDS tweaking. Zachary. NVM.
got some 7-Up.
Zachary. What? Zachary. What you got?
I got 7-Up, bro.
Your man RCB won and Virat Kohli went so emotional when the match was about to end and their victory was almost certain because it was his first finals win in 18 years. He waited for it for so long.
Oh
Grinning
my
face.
god, RCB won.
Zachary. Yes, Shivam, I agree with that, but he was a freaking pizza in the fridge and he could just warm it up and eat again. Zachary. 7-Up with ice.
On the rocks, bro. On the rocks.
Show us. Willie Boy on the rocks, love and gesture light skin tone.
On the rocks. Hell yeah. 7-Up on the rocks. That's something we fuck with. 7-Up on the rocks. Oh my god. It's a very good vibe. Yeah, this lady just plays like 3 chords and it's like, you know, it's just like lots of sustain on it and it's just ambient sound.
Did you know Pakistan almost banned all the connection between the Indians seeing the Pakistani videos and streams?
Oh yeah. I know. I know it all too well. Children. I know it all too well. I'm gonna rest for a bit.
Oh, I'll do that right now in QuickBooks. Just have to connect my bank. And excellent. I should categorize these expenses. Awesome. Next, the bills that I need to pay. Yes, now where was I? Save time with easy expense tracking with QuickBooks Online.
बढ़ता जा रहा है. Just pass and reverse the damage. New term intense repair, जिसमें है 8% bioprotein fusion. पाकिस्तान में पहली बार. बालों की गहराइयों तक जाए.
No way, OMG Bond!
Up to 3 years of damage.
No fucking way!
Reverse.
Yo!
Play. With new term.
Wait, I saw OMG Bond join the Twitch. There's a new YouTube channel. Yeah, there's a new YouTube channel. It's in the link of the Twitch. It's in the link of the video as well. Holy bro! What the hell? Yeah, it says it here, join Twitch and stuff.
इस मोमेंट को अपना बनाओ, जिन में आओ.
Oh man! Oh man, or maybe it's like old. Are you here? Hello?
Helps entrepreneurs get started down the path they want. Sometimes starting a business can be scary. I feel like I lost some pieces of myself. Like getting covered in spiders or being buried alive. But Shopify is here to help. If I had started my own business, I would have been able to go to all the crazy places like Antarctica and make videos like these for you guys. And just like millions of other people have done with Shopify, you can get started today on your business right now. Go to Shopify.com and start your free trial today.
With this shot is it's kind of like mysterious, a little bit, like
realized what's happening. I go, I'm about to celebrate something, and it leads into this whole intro thing. I was just fucking around in the birthday cake on the side of the road while the sun is setting. I had no idea the intro was going to turn out this way. Originally, I just wanted to get this first shot, and then I didn't know if that shot ended up working after we'd spent all day trying to film it. So I was like, you know what, we just need to get as much B-roll on the trailer as possible. Actually, shot
Dinosaur limitations and access more storage, more memory, more bandwidth and speed, more for your money, free real-time snapshot and free weekly automatic backups, more security, less DDoS, more intelligence, AI assistance, and customer support. Get more of everything you need, pay less than you'd expect, and get your server online in minutes. Go to hostinger.pk and get more. Trusted by millions worldwide. Hostinger. 3, 2, online.
Stop motion. Basically, I printed out each letter individually, kind of like cut them out. I trickled it at first, so it has like a little bit of a texture to it. You can tell it's like paper and it's not just like straight out of the printer. And then I lined up the letters kind of how I wanted them, took a picture of that, and then moved the letters a little bit, took another picture. So then it kind of creates this effect where it's like moving a little bit back and forth. And then I just looped it in the timeline, as you can see, just like a little animation, just basically goes back and forth like multiple times. I shot this on a green screen I got off Amazon. I think you can get like little cloth paper from like a craft store too. Just iron it, so it goes like a green screen. You drop the pro, the green screen, in fact, it's all green screen here. I think the one here also works. And I just basically like messed around with that, take the green screen, go in. I actually shot this the opposite way, where I started out with this, with the just the word text, and then like each individual piece of paper I would fold down until it was all a paper. But anyways, the way is the working game. Where I start to realize I have to get comfortable with the fact that eventually one day I and everyone I know is going to die. I wanted the vibes to be kind of like upbeat. I have to be comfortable with the feelings when I say eventually one day. The thing about death is when the music just stops. And I do a little like cinematic bass boom sound effect is what it's called. Kind of like stops the music suddenly, and there's this like dark shot getting us out of the upbeat birthday celebratory vibe. I like to use songs that I genuinely like. That's why I get copyrighted on like all my videos. I just think that they have a really like special feeling, and it helps me edit and write. I can't really write unless I like the song. So when I was writing out these like beginning voiceovers, I was playing the song like over and over and over again. So October 30th, 2021, I now turned 20 years old. Yeah, I just think that writing to songs helps you know like the tone in your voice that you want to go for when you're saying it too. Like I think the song just makes it kind of flow better too as well. 20 years old. I definitely can't say I ever expected
mistake when starting a business is investing all your money in a complex website.
GoDaddy allows you to create a beautiful catalog for your product and engage directly with your customers. Simplify your online presence with GoDaddy Show and Buy.
All the voiceovers were like just back to back to back, so I try to kind of space them out in between footage of the parts, intro plays, and right after I say this, it's the vibe, and then I say something else. I definitely can't say I'm expecting to be celebrating my 20th birthday. It's like because it's not taking my service back to back, and because my reading club is just, I want to space it out so it's like not too much back to back. Reading club is, I would say, just something to kind of make you feel like you're actually like showing what this actually was and what the experience was, and I guess the reality of it. And then we go back into the voiceover. Okay, so honestly, I kind of cringe at this 2 years later. I feel like it looks a little boring. It's just a bunch of like stock footage and a lot of visuals. As I'm talking about, I went to like, you know, it comes to the thinking of like, oh shit, like died and your live footage. I just didn't play any effects over it, and then I'm like, it's great bridges, then I'm trying to go on this video, and I kind of was like, oh my god, that's there, the bridges, so it's something that just, it's supposed to be the metaphor for creating that. It's like, not only one way or putting it in the rest of the clips are just stock footage that I kind of put my own effects on, so it's like, putting me work, just like, comedy stock video, what's your reaction for a lot of these human trust? Sound design, I guess, on this, like clocks ticking and the sound of like a heart beating really fast, like emotions, really like low key. All of those sounds together create like a really cool feeling. Without the sound, it was awful. This is an example of it. The sound really saves this entire sequence. There's no like life to it without the sound. It's kind of awkward. And then when you put the sound, it's like So yeah, that was the intro to my video, breaking it down. Thank you for watching.
Always pay him. Get to the chilly young man.
Oh my god, I disappeared. I disappeared for a while. Oh my god. How are you doing? W smack. We have rabbits you eat as well, bro. I'm fucking agree. Oh, way too big, man. The chilly young man, the chilly. The chilly young man, the chilly. Look at the fucking wizard. It is wizarding. fuck, I am so faded that I can't juggle anymore. Wait. My lads hurt, bro. That's the problem. Oh god. I think I broke my lads.
Tony, what do you want? अच्छा नहीं तो मैं अभी मैंने कहा अच्छा चल ठीक हाँ
क्या है क्या
मेरे पास है रोटी बना दो एक के साथ में गोश्त के साथ
रोस्ट वो चिकन
वो भी खा वो
एग वाला अंडा दोगे एग वाली रोटी बना लो जल्दी
you survive live streams 24/7?
I love doing it.
Quickly. ਹੁਣ ਕੀ ਨਾਲ ਲਿਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੀ ਕਿ ਬੋਤਲ ਕੇ ਵਾਟ ਯੂ ਵਾਂਟ ਇਸ ਸ਼ਰਤ ਨੂੰ ਲਿਆ ਕੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮੇਰਾ ਸੁਣਾ ਦੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਹੁਣ ਕਰੇਂਗੇ ਅੰਮੀ ਮਿਸ ਯੂ ਐਂਡ ਪ੍ਰਾਊਡ ਯੂ ਐਂਡ ਨੀਅਰ ਬਾਈ ਹਾਰਟ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਮੇਰੇ ਤਿੰਨ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿਣੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਦੋ ਅੰਮੀ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਜਵਾਬ ਦੇ ਅੱਛਾ ਹੁਣ ਅੱਛਾ ਮੇਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਸੁਣ ਕੀ ਨਾਲ ਖਾ ਲੈਣਾ ਬੋਤਲ ਲੈਣੀ ਆ ਤੇ ਆਈਸ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਹਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਆਨਲਾਈਨ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਾਲ ਕਰੇਗੀ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਸੁਣਾ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਤਾਂ ਅੰਮੀ ਨੇ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਪੈਗਾਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਸੁਣ ਲੈ जब भी करे चल खैर तेरे
नहीं क्या मतलब
चल रहा मैं आजकल मैनू ना करती हो और पता मेरे को नहीं समझ आ रही
नहीं उधर कैसे कोई
अच्छा
हाँ तो अगर वो देखती है तो वो सुन लेती है
अच्छा
低层。地老天保佑，金山银山前路远。
Oh wait, it's the world story. Should we do the research thing now? I'm gonna try to wake up a little early tomorrow. so sorry. I also forgot to give you the food. And tomorrow, no matter what happens, I'm gonna do that. That is my priority. Okay. Shut down the PC. Close this.
मेरा कुत्ता तो माथे पे चावल तो फिर आगे बंदे वाली की है पूरा Ese congreso.